You're not going to believe this. URM is partnering with some sponsors to offer exclusive discounts to URM students. URM students can get discounts from companies like Dial Tune, Sonics, Jay-Z Microphones, Submission Audio, Kush Audio, Acoustica Audio, Baby Audio, Old at Home Audio, Joey Sturgis Tones, Drumforge, TuneCore, and Bogren Digital. To get more information on how you can redeem these discounts, head over to the URM Plugin Deals page and look under the topic URM Benefits. See you there.
Hey everyone, what is up? This month on Mix Rescue, we're going to take a look at how I took a song that sounded like this and turned it into a song that sounds a little bit more like this. If you're curious about how we got to this end result, you can find this month's Mix Rescue under the Mix Rescue tab in your URM Enhanced account. I'll see you there. Yes.
The URM Guitar Survival Guide is here. Head over to my courses on your account to gain access to some of the best guitar-focused content we have to offer.
What's up, guys? I'm Carson Slovak.
And I'm Grant McFarland.
And today we're going to talk about dial tune drums.
I came into the studio and I asked myself that question. In fact, I asked Grant that question. What is it? What is dial tune? He, within 30 seconds, showed me what it is by taking the head off and putting on a brand new head, tightening the tension, raising the pitch, and all of a sudden we were at recording speed. So I usually tune my snare drums snare side to about 270 pitch. And I got it there within 45 seconds. I didn't have to go around the drum. I could just twist this knob.
We're in a recording session. We don't want to, take unnecessary time to do stuff that's going to ruin the flow and ruin our momentum while we're trying to be creative and get good takes and everything. So this is just another one of those time-saving tools that really allows us to do our job.
I was skeptical about the sound of dial tune. Anything with technology, when it's matched up with drums, you're going to compromise what actually matters, which is how does the drum sound?
Really, with all this tech set aside, the cool thing about this drum ultimately is that it's just a really well-built drum and it sounds great.
It's a little bit bulkier than other snare drums because of all the technology. So I was a little concerned about that because as I'm playing drums, I don't want to have to give up where my double bass pedals are, Your snare drum is the epicenter of your playing, so it's really important that this space works. You're making the most of it. I wasn't bothered by the size of it. So if you're looking for a drum that is going to function well in that it provides you a smooth experience changing drum heads and just keeping a consistent pitch, and you're looking for a quality pro sounding snare drum, Dial Tune has it figured out. This is the 6.5 by 14 inch maple. I highly recommend it.
For more than 100 years, people have built microphones. Legends have been developed and numerous variations of them have been introduced. But true innovation should always lead to new possibilities. So let's focus on the future. Introducing the Lewitt LCT 640 Twin System, the true next generation studio microphone. Create any kind of polar pattern even after the recording. Record in stereo with only one LCT 640 TS. Our perfect match technology ensures that any two LCT 640 TS will always form a matched pair. Dual output mode. The signals from the front and back of the capsule are output on two separate channels. This allows you to capture the whole session instead of committing to a single source. Let's get started. In addition to your standard 3-pin XLR, plug in the mini XLR included, press and hold the central button, and open the polarizer plugin. Now you can change the polar pattern freely. After weeks of research, we found the perfect way to illustrate it. You just heard the Omni pattern. It picks up sound equally from all sides. The volume of our party bus does not change. Now the cardioid pattern. The microphone is most sensitive from the front and least sensitive from the back. You can hear the volume decreasing when the bus drives behind the microphone. Figure of 8 captures the signal from the front and back equally and is least sensitive on the sides. Let's switch back to cardioid pattern but change the direction of the microphone. It's now most sensitive on the back. Stereo recording with one microphone. Now let's use the dual output mode to record in stereo multi-pattern mode. You can also use the LCT 640 TS as a standard multi-pattern microphone. Select cardioid, supercardioid, figure of 8, omni, and wide cardioid. Perfect match technology. Any two LCT 640 TS will form a matched pair. During production, the polarization voltage is automatically adjusted to achieve the same sensitivity in every LCT 640 TS. Our perfect match technology is the future of stereo recording. Low-cut filter. The LCT 640 TS features 4 low-cut settings. Use the low-cut filter to get rid of unwanted low frequencies, structure-borne noise, or to compensate for the proximity effect. Pre-attenuation and clipping history. To prevent clipping, choose between 4 pre-attenuation settings when recording very loud sources. Okay, this was not enough. The LCT640TS handles signals up to 132 dB SPL without pre-attenuation. You just saw the clipping indicator flashing red. If you miss the indication and want to check if your signal clipped during recording, just hold the right button down to enter the clipping history. Let's set the pre-attenuation to -12 dB and try again. You can see no clipping occurred. Pop filter. Use our pop filter. It's magnetic to reduce plosives and hisses without altering the natural sound of the microphone. What's in the box? The LCT640TS comes in a nearly indestructible, military-grade protective case, together with a shock mount, a windscreen, and a magnetic pop filter. The LCT640TS, with its revolutionary dual output mode, polarizer plug-in, and perfect match technology, will revolutionize the way we think about the recording process. Tweak the material you've already recorded, change the polar pattern, add and subtract room sound, or record in stereo with only one microphone. Think about all the possibilities. What will you do with it? Lewitt, unaltered, authentic, memorable.
Are you enjoying today's Nail the Mix? There's been a bunch of great knowledge bombs dropped already. A great place to talk about today's Nail the Mix is in the URM Private Producers Club Facebook group. But did you know, URM Academy has a Discord exclusive to URM subscribers. If the URM Private Producers Club is the party, think of the URM Discord as the after party. Keep the conversation going with your peers and also join in on the URM LAN party game nights. Don't worry, AL's already in bed. Let the raging begin. Look for the Discord link in the comment section if you're watching live, or hit up URM support for a link to the URM Discord. All right, that's enough for me. See you there. Hey everyone, John Marcel here, and I want to take a quick moment to talk to you about Collab Smash, URM Academy's songwriting competition held in the URM Private Producers Club Facebook group, a private Facebook group that comes with your subscription to Nail the Mix. Teams of 2 to 6 subscribers come together to create an original track based on an artist's style, such as Pantera, Deftones, Meshuggah, Rammstein, and many, many more. At submission close date, we will pick the top submissions and generate a poll where the community votes on who won that month's Collab Smash. And each member of the winning team walks away with prizes from companies like Neural DSP, Room Sound, Oak Sound, Empirical Labs, and many, many more. To join in on the fun, go to the URM Private Producers Club Facebook group and under topics find the current month's collab smash. In the comment section, reply what you can contribute to a team to find other subscribers looking to join in. It's that simple. Can't wait to hear your team's track. See you soon.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to July 2021 Nail the Mix with Ackle Canny Tesseract. Ackle, how are you doing?
I'm good, man. I'm good. How you doing?
Very good. Thanks for being here.
I am.
Yeah, glad we got to do this. I've been wanting to have you on for several years now. Yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah, maybe you first got in touch years ago, but I was living in a different part of the country. So yeah, it's nice to finally do it. Should be fun.
Everything good takes time. That's how life is. And I want to welcome everyone who's in the chat viewing from all over the world. I hope you're all doing great. And if you're new here, this is your first Nail the Mix stream, just know that we're here to answer your questions as long as they're relevant, on topic, and good. But if you want to submit a question for Ackle, all you need to do is look at the bottom of the chat box. You'll see a blue button that says Ask. Click that button, type in your question, and if it's on topic to what we're talking about, I might actually ask it. So, yeah, if we're working on drums and you ask about vocals, I might skip your question. Just a pro tip. Also, later on,
vocals.
Yeah. Actually, it's most of the questions happen during drums and guitars.
Yeah, right.
They start to peter out during vocals.
Yeah, I can imagine. Still get it.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of the problem with metal production, I think, and I'm guilty too. I just cared more about everything but vocals.
Yeah, I'm a little guilty of that. A little bit.
Aren't we all?
Yeah, that's the fun bit. Drums, they make loud noises, and guitars, distortion everywhere. And
there's like 35 moving pieces with the drums.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
it's much more complicated. So, speaking of complicated, this version of the song is kind of a unique version.
Right. Yeah. Well, yeah, we've taken it from the elements from different releases, essentially. So the drums from the lockdown video we did like a year ago. So it's MIDI, obviously, but it's been played in by Jay, our drummer, with an E-kit. Let's have a look what else we've got. The bass. The bass is from the album, so that's my playing. It's pretty much as I was writing it. It would have been those takes, so they're a bit rough. They're a bit loose. That would have been with my work into a Kemper. We've got Moss doing some slap bass there. That would have been... I can't remember where that's from. I think that's from the Portals release we did recently, actually. And some sort of soft, clean playing bass there, which is also from the Portals release video. Actually, that's coming out in a month, actually. It's not even out yet.
Oh, nice.
And then... Similar principle, the guitars, the main guitars, they're the live guitars from the Portals release again. Then we kind of got some support guitars, which are from the album. Actually, ignore this track. I'm not using that. Pretty sure they're from the album. Yeah, most everything else is from the album except for the vocals, which are from the lockdown video. So it's a mishmash. The reason being, I've heard the song so many times. The original album version, the lockdown version, the Portals version, having played it live on tour hundreds of times. I didn't really want to mix the same album version again because I've heard it so many times. So it's just to keep things fresh is the main reason I've done it.
It makes sense. Also, what I wonder is, having played it so many times, I mean, bands don't get the luxury of touring on a song before recording it, where I think that oftentimes, at least in my experience, I always felt like the song didn't become the song until I toured on it, but it always sucked that we would have to record it first, then tour for a year or two, and then by the end of that, like, you really know how to play every nuance of it. But
we've always, ideal world, we'd love to be able to, write an album, like you said, tour it for a month and then record it, but it's not really how things work nowadays, I guess.
No.
You could get all those nuances sorted, which can make a huge difference to the song.
Yeah, and it's the nuances, and then also the intent with which I think the musicians play. Not to say that there's not any intent when you're recording something you haven't toured, but there's just a different energy to it if you've played it 150 times.
Has some kind of muscle memory in there as well, definitely.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I figured that doing something like this, in some ways, it's not just keeping it fresh, but also allowing you to use elements that that maybe you would have preferred on the original. I don't know. Yeah,
probably. I mean, this song is relatively, for Tesseract, it's relatively simple compared to some of the songs. So there's probably elements of that you've mentioned in here. I can't think of any, but there'll be like little fills in there, and probably some, just the way, the vibe of the playing on the like the kind of riff, the riffier parts, like the dun da da dun dun da 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 da. That riffy part is probably played slightly differently. But for other songs, we would have changed things a lot more than this song. But there's definitely little subtleties in it, though, for sure.
So, just out of curiosity, why is it that you do your own productions as opposed to going elsewhere? I'm not from the aspect of I'm able to, more from the aspect of just why, in terms of if you have a budget and you could go elsewhere, what makes the decision to you do it yourself happen?
I don't know. It's been that way for a long time, since the start. It's kind of been, I'd imagine Jay, for example, the drummer, would just say that me mixing it is kind of part of the Tesseract sound. Having said that, I would love to experiment and, go to different studios, at least for the recording part, maybe me mix it. But even for mixing, I'm up for trying stuff. And we are starting, like we mentioned in the Q&A, we're looking to get a carnival producer, what's his name? Forrester Savell, potentially involved in like the vocal side of things. So it means I could focus on the instrumentation, the drums and the guitars, and he could give the vocals some more, detail, attention, which I know Dan, our vocalist, would like. So
Forrester was amazing.
Oh yeah, he's great. So I'd love him maybe potentially one day I'd like to record with him actually, but it's a bit difficult with him being the other side of the world. But maybe with mixing, that could be fun, just out of interest, just to hear someone else do a completely different take on it.
So do you find it more difficult to mix your own stuff versus somebody else's? I know I did.
I kind of find it easier when the song's new, when it's fresh, and it's a new song, it's exciting. And then again, once you've started to hear it too much, that's when it can, you've started to do re-recordings, final takes and things. That's when, again, the Q&A, we were talking about demoitis. That's when you can start to lose focus on what you're doing with it. Generally, I think I find it easier because I know the sound. I've got a sound in my head that I'm looking for, so I can, try and achieve that. Basically, I've got a goal to go for.
Yeah, it's always an interesting question in my mind. Is it better for an artist to mix their own stuff or not? And I think in most cases not, but that's not a set rule. I think there are some cases where it makes the most sense because their vision is so unique and so defined that they're the only ones who are going to understand it.
Because it's such a mess of layers everywhere, as we can see. So what are you doing?
I think, though, that once your sound is established for many years, then I think it might be easier to bring in another mixer, possibly just because the basic idea of what the band is out there already.
True. Yeah, and I know like John Brown, for example, Monuments, he used to do all the mixing himself, I think, for the first couple of albums. And he's starting to branch out and get other people to mix it for him. Yeah, I'm definitely interested in looking into that in the future, at least experimenting with it for sure, definitely.
Well, for now, we're talking about this. So let's get into the DAW. So before we get into any audio, I'm wondering if you could fill us in on how you've got this set up in terms of the routing, buses, just the basic layout.
We've got Superior Drummer 3. If we start with the drums, and I have all the outputs set to mono to try and treat it as a real kit as much as I can. Oops. I've got all the outputs here, so I've got my kick in, for example, going to channel 1, kick out's going to channel 2, etc. I've got some kick layers over here somewhere. Or is it? Yeah, there's another layer there. That's going to output 3. There should be a 4th kick layer somewhere. Don't know where it is. I can't see it, but it's there somewhere. And the same deal with the snare and the toms and everything. They're all coming. Let's find that. Yeah, so we've got the main kick there, kick in, kick out. Second kick layer, third kick layer. And we've got our main snare, which will be on there. We've got a snare layer there. So those two are our main snare. We've got the snare layer here. And then it's just the normal, hats, toms, overheads. We've got rim mics, which I'm grouping over here. I'm grouping all my kicks to a kick channel, all the snares to a snare channel.
Is there a reason for why you want to treat it like a real drum set? Is it easier for you to envision, or do you think it sounds better?
Bit of both, and maybe also from the old, the drum kit from Hell Days. It was just a way to try and get it's a way of learning how to try and treat real drums, because I didn't have any real drums to mix. It's probably just become a force of habit, just to try and treat it like a real kit, to try and make it sound as realistic as possible. Also, it's better. It's a small thing nowadays, but it's just better for the resources. Having all these channels as mono, you start inserting compressors. There's no point adding a stereo compressor to a kick channel when it's mono. You're just kind of going to eat up CPU resources for no reason. So that's half the reason. It starts to add up once you've got lots of tracks.
Yeah, for sure. You were about to say something and I cut you off. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Kick. Yeah, it's jumping the gun a bit, but I group all the like kick mics, for example, these 4 into the group there, but I'm not processing them individually. And I was chatting to Adam about this yesterday. I think the reason being it's just a way of avoiding, or trying to avoid, sort of phase issues and comb filtering. Mm-hmm. If it was a live kit, it might be different. There might be like a horrible, nasty frequency, then I'd cut it out. But I've just found it's better and kind of quicker as well, just to process everything as a group. Don't always do that, but generally I find myself doing that. And the same principle for the snare. You see there's no processing on the snare, individual mics, but I'm just doing it as a whole. Just feels a bit cleaner doing it that way for some reason.
Do you do any processing inside of Superior on the way to those tracks?
Not normally, but there is a little bit. Yeah, thanks for reminding me. There's a little bit. It's nothing major except for the kick. There's a little bit. So it's the darkness kit with some added layers here on the snare and the kick. We can talk about the layers a little bit after. But yeah, there's some like on the kick in. It's generally. If I could play it if you want, let's have a listen. Real quiet. Just removing, the muddiness, the sustain, the ring of the kick, which I don't like. I like to have a nice sort of tight kick drum for this kind of style we're doing. Same thing on the kick out as well. Go on.
So basically, within Superior, you'll correct a couple things, like some basics, but then when you send it out to the DAW, untreated up until it gets to the bus.
Correct, yeah. There's a little bit of cut there on the kick in as well. It's like 9 dB. It's like some clicky stuff going on there. So have a listen to that. So this kick's quite quiet because I've got all my mastering stuff off. But getting rid of that kind of quackiness, which I don't like. It's probably a similar thing there. That's just a very small cut. And a little boost at 100 Hertz, because why not on the kick out? A lot of sculpting on the kick out there. I'd normally do this in the door, but I think because I was just going with the flow and I was doing it in the Superior Drummer plugins. I don't usually use them that often, but I have done in this instance. Yeah, it's just cutting the usual mud and egginess, so to speak, out of the kick out there. And
do you think maybe while we're doing this, it could turn the output on your DAW up just a little bit?
Yeah, sure. Makes sense.
I think it's super quiet for people.
It'll make sense later once you start getting the layers in and everything like that. Let's just keep the limiter up a little bit. 6 dB? That'd be enough.
Sure. Yeah, just to make it a little easier for them, because relative to our voices.
Sure. Makes sense. Well, that's probably worth saying. Like, I do, when I start a mix, I'll have my monitors quite loud and my mix, my gain structure quite low, because I know everything's going to start to creep up on me once I start adding layers and compression and EQ and stuff. So that is the way that I work. With everything low.
Smart way to work. Let's keep going with the layout though.
Sure. Well, that's pretty much it in terms of routing. It's all just creeped up into there, into a drum group, drum bus there. The snare top. What we got going on there? Listen to snare top. I'm used to a 4K screen, so I'm not used to this real estate. Yeah. Yeah, it's the main thing, setting a little bit of snappiness at the top end. I can't select these, it's not like Fab Filter. Okay. Sometimes I'd leave these in, but it's just getting rid of such a pingy boingy snare. I've taken out a little bit of it. But I'll also mention I've chosen snares, or tried to choose a snare, which is roughly in the key of the song. So the overtones and the sustain of it is, in the key of the song, or if not, maybe a tone above it or a fifth above it. So it's relative to the key. The reason being, I find I need to do less subtractive EQ if it's in the key of the song. Whereas if it was, say a minor second above the key of the song, you're going to get weird dissonance and clashing going on. So that's my reason for that. And we've got, let's mute the room mics. Yeah, so we've got our main snare there. And then ignore this one, I muted that. I think that's something I was going to try and put in when I was mixing it, but didn't use. Then we've got, that's a layer of a snare just in the room mics. And then we've got our second snare there. But the sustain of it is in the key of the song, roughly. Yeah, and then the toms and everything else are pretty simple. It's just, you've got the individual channels there, which are routed into the drum bus.
We have a few questions here about Superior Drummer, so I figure, do you want me to ask them now, or do you want me to wait till we get into actual drum mixing?
No, go for it if you want, while we're sort of
okay.
Superior open if you want. Yeah.
All right, so from Joao Vitor, he's wondering, when you're writing in Superior Drummer, do you go for snare center articulation or rim shot?
Rim shot, usually. I use center maybe for more chilled out sections, or for fills, ghost notes as well. But yeah, for the hard riffy stuff, it'll be generally rim shot all the time, usually.
Okay. Question from Samuli is, what's your philosophy behind not panning rooms and overheads hard left and right?
Oh, yeah. Overheads, It's mainly just trying to leave a little bit of room for the guitars, because I'm panning the guitars 100%. It's just to try and give everything its space. So guitars 100%, the overheads, because they're pretty much high end. I could put them 100%, but it's just to give everything its space. And then room mics, I used to have everything 100%, but again, it doesn't need to be, because I've got so much going on with all the cleans and the synths. It's just I bring it in. And one thing I tend to do, which I haven't done on this mix, we could do later, is I'll mono the room mics below, I don't know, 200 hertz, 300 hertz, just so that, all the low end information is in the center and all the high end is more spaced out to the sides. That's the plan anyway.
It makes sense, I think, for the music you guys do, because there is so much going on. You really need to really take good care to give everything its room and its proper real estate.
Yeah, but yeah, if it was like a rock song or whatever, then it's probably not so bad having the all the room mics and overheads panned fully 100% for sure.
So I was wondering if we could talk a little bit longer about the low gain staging. We have a number of questions about it, which it makes sense to me because you've got a lot coming up. So to me, it seems like you start super low because you know that there's a million things on the way.
Yeah, and also I think it's because I do like low end. Like I like to add a lot of 60 hertz to my kick drum and bass guitar. Well, 60 hertz and 100 hertz sort of thing, roughly. So it's just it's allowing it, some headroom for it to breathe, really. Let alone once you start adding saturation. But I mean, if I bring this back down, I'll play the mix and let's see where it is on the meter. I've got like a pre-meter set up here, a pre-master fader rather. And I chuck everything into that, drums, guitars, and it's just so I can see what my level's coming in at before I start adding my outboard compression and mastering compression limiting. I can just see what level everything is at before it hits that. But let's have a listen to see what the level is at. Yeah, it's like -7, -8, full scale. I'd usually start even lower than that sometimes. I'd go down to -15, -12, that sort of area. Yeah, it's just to give me breathing room, really.
All right. Let's see here. Joe Vitor's wondering, what if the relation between the pitch of the snare and the key of the song depend on the chord being played or implied? For example, if a song is in E minor and the snare is in E, but someone is playing like an F sharp, wouldn't there be dissonance?
I just do it loosely. I don't think about it too much. Like if there's if you're doing some weird jazz stuff, then it's probably not going to work. But if you're just, doing the kind of metal stuff or rock stuff, and it's just generally in a key of you've got a rough key for the song, I'll just go with that. But if you're changing key all the time in the song, then it might not work. In which case, just pick a snare that sounds good, I guess.
Yeah, and I'll add to that. Like, you're picking a general key on a drum.
Yeah,
it's kind of more like a key suggestion than like a straight up pitch, like a vocalist or a guitar or something. The drums aren't ever actually just one pitch because of all their harmonics. They
exactly. And it might be a certain overtone of it, which might be in key of the song. It might not be the attack of it or the actual release part. It might just be a little part that's in tune with it that you want to keep. It's hard to describe. And sometimes it doesn't work. Like you'll have a snare that's kind of in tune with the key of the song, but it just doesn't fit or doesn't work. But sometimes
exactly. There's some drums that come to life in a certain range, and that range might not be technically in the same key, but it works. Anyways, I guess what I'm saying is for them to really take what you just said about it being a rough key to take that seriously, not to overthink it.
Yes, no, definitely. I'd agree with that. Yeah, it's just a nice guide sometimes. Yeah.
Cool. Let's keep going.
Okay. What do you want me? Shall I start going through? I mean, routing wise, that's pretty much it, really, at least for the drums. Or do you want me to
Let's cover all the routing, and then we'll come back and get into the actual music.
Well, I will have eventually some parallel compression now on the snare. There's a reverb there, but they're muted at the moment. Because I'll mention this mix is all the plugins are bypass, and I'm going to kind of go through and enable everything as we go eventually. You've got the room mics there. Turn them back on. Got some drum parallel compression, and then it's onto the bass. So we've got the bass distortion, which would have been my Warwick into a Kemper, poorly played. That would just have been some Kemper distortion, I think. And then me trying to do slap bass on that. No, just whatever that part is. And it's got some slap bass. The difference between Moss playing and me playing. And there's some soft bass. Oh, is that one there? And I'm grouping. Normally, I wouldn't group the bass guitars, but because I've got 4 channels of them, I did group them just for some sidechain stuff, which we can go over later. Then I've got the main guitars, these 2 here, and I'm going to remove this one because I'm not using that one. This one is essentially playing exactly the same thing as this, pretty much, but it's on the rhythm pickup, the split coil tone. I'm just blending the two, so I've got my bridge pickup tone and split coil neck pickup tone. I'm going to blend the two because I like the sound of both. So why not record both? And then same principle there. It's the rhythm pickup, split coil, but played up an octave up. Just for that kind of Tesseract octave sound. I'm grouping them to a guitar bus set. Then we've got some slappy guitars. They're pretty much playing the same thing, just an octave apart again. I'm not grouping them. I don't think I group anything after that. It's literally just clean sounds and synths now, which all just go straight to the master bus pretty much. You've got a clean sounds here. Lots and lots of sound design, which was done by Aidan. And then we've got some vocals. I mean, this song's relatively simple vocal-wise in terms of, backing vocals, so I don't think I did much in terms of vocal bussing either, because there wasn't much need for it. I've just got some effects there for the vocals. But yeah, they're all going to the master bus as well. So in terms of routing and grouping, it's mainly just with the drums and the guitars, really.
Makes sense. So question from Anthony Lepage, which is there a reason why the parallel compression of the snare is separated from the drum kit parallel compression?
The drum. So the snare parallel compression. So I'm setting the snare group to the snare parallel, and they're both going to the drum group. So I've got my snare channel there, snare group rather. That's being routed to the drum group, and the snare parallel compression is also being routed to the drum group. So the snare parallel compression also goes through the drum parallel compression, so it's getting a few stages of compression because everybody loves compression on a snare, so why not?
Yeah, because why not?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. One more question about Superior Drummer, and then I'd say, why don't we keep going on how...
just what I remember, actually, sorry, I do have my ghost notes separated, just remembered. Oops, that's really loud, sorry, because they're ghost notes. I have a separate channel there. MIDI. Yeah, and that's just for the ghost notes. So it's the nice thing about programming drums. You can have a separate channel just for the ghost notes. So it means I can just raise them up easily. Cheating, I know, but it works.
I mean, that's I'll do that sometimes with actual drums. Just put the ghost notes on their own track.
I usually have somebody else to
individually.
edit it for me because I can't be asked to go and edit out all the ghost notes from the hard hits. But yeah,
it just makes it easier to deal with in some cases.
Sure. Definitely, yeah, definitely.
So Joe Vitor is wondering, is there any reason why you're using a transient designer instead of SD's length control or envelope?
Oh, you mean this one here? I use that sometimes. I'm just used to using a transient designer. I think that's probably why. It's just my go-to way of doing it. Excuse me. But I do sometimes use the envelope release on the toms, for example. Or maybe if I want a mix to have if I want the room mics to, if they're too big, then I might bring these down. But there's something about a transient designer, especially when you're boosting the sustain, like I did on this room mic here. I could have done it within Cubase, but it doesn't matter. But I'm boosting the sustain there and reducing the attack. I mean, could listen to that. Oh, I'll try to. It's subtle. It's kind of acting like a compressor, really, but it's just, I don't need the attack of the snare in the room mic. I want more of the sustain of the snare in it. But it's, all of these kind of 2%, some 5% start to add up after a while. So, yeah.
Lots of people are asking, and they're talking about it in the chat too, about the ghost note programming. I was wondering if we could take a closer look at that. They're curious about the velocity work and also how you get it sounding realistic. I guess a lot of people have trouble with this.
Yeah, I mean, obviously this was played in via Jay on his E-kit, but the principle
makes a difference.
Yeah. Just bear with me. Sometimes when I touch these, it might be loud because they're ghost notes. If it's low velocity, it's fine, so it should be okay. But I mean, if I'm writing a song, for example, and you've got the snare on, don't know whether on the 1. I don't think I've got the tempo map right. But it's usually just a matter of putting the ghost notes, on the 1E or the ands, in between the hi-hats, basically. So I've got the hats there. Generally, it's just going in between, in the gaps is a easy way of thinking of it. And I'm usually going for velocity-wise anywhere between 20 and 40. And it depends on the snare sample you're using. You might need louder than that, quieter than that. But as soon as you start getting up here, it's just starting to turn into more of a hard hit or a roll sort of thing. Just around there somewhere. And you can also play around. Yeah, I'll have control of it as a channel there, but also within Superior. I'm not going to click that because it's going to be loud, but if I clicked that, then there is a setting somewhere for soft level hit. There it is, soft hit level. I could bring that up and that would bring the ghost notes up as well. So there's lots of control over it.
And I mean, I think that I just want to re-emphasize that this is played by a drummer. And so if people are wondering how the ghost notes got so natural sounding, well, it's because it was played by a human being.
It was played in, yeah.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference.
It does make a difference, yeah. I mean, he would have gone in after and probably spliced and quantized a few of these hits because why not? It's MIDI, but you do the same with audio if you're doing an album and stuff. Yeah, that's that. Yeah.
I think that I don't know how you think of ghost notes, but I kind of think of them kind of as a way to keep momentum almost in the space in between things.
They just add a nice groove, and I feel that especially with program drums, it can make it sound more realistic. And if you just want a nice groovy, funky kind of riff or whatever, it just can adds a lot to the groove and the vibe of things for sure.
Yeah, I think people just need to watch those velocities.
Yeah, I mean, they're quite high, because Jay's done it it's played in naturally. I mean, if I was programming them in, they'd probably be lower than this. They'd be at like 20, 30 sort of thing. And if I can't hear them in the mix, then raise them up on the fader.
Funny, someone just asked, what's your philosophy on ghost note volume in a mix? Should they be heard or felt?
Yeah, a bit of both. Yeah, you don't want them to be too pokey, do you? But yeah, I'll have a ghost notes louder than the main snare. That'll work.
I guess you want them to be there to add their texture and the groove and momentum, but not sound like the main deal.
It's quite subjective though, because it depends what's going on in the mix. If it's just a riffy bit, then you can get away with having them quite quiet. If you've got lots of synths going on and vocals, then the ghost notes are going to start to get buried. So then you might want to automate it and bump it up a little bit, perhaps. But, yeah.
Someone was wondering, on the topic of this being played in, what's the E kit that Jay used?
It's a Roland something that not too sure. Is it like TD50 or something? I'm not too sure on that one, I'm afraid. You have to check his Twitch channel out for that one.
So do you do any post? Well, you just said that you might quantize some of the ghost notes and might fix up some of the velocities. Is that kind of the extent of the editing on the MIDI performance?
Yeah, I think I put in one fill. Just where was it? Just because I thought it'd be fun. I think it was somewhere in the middle. What was it? I can't remember where it is. We'll find it later. But yeah, I put in one little fill. Apart from that, it's just a couple of little quantize-y, snappy things. And I doubt Jay changed the velocities. I think they're all as they were. So yeah.
Cool. Do you want to get into the actual mix?
Yeah, we could do.
Cool. You were saying that before we started, you were saying that you actually start with drums and guitar.
Yeah, how do I explain that? I mean, it's mainly the drums, but I'll start with the drums. Obviously, as the forefront thing. But I'll always have. I'm not going to do it now because I don't want to mess around on my levels of the final mix. But I'll have the drums up, and then I'll have the bass guitar and the rhythm guitars sort of laid down. So actually what we could do is... Okay, yeah, they're muted. This is an example. Let's have a look. Something like that, so that I'm not soloing the drums and you have no kind of perspective on what you're doing. They're in the back, the guitars and the bass are in the background, some kind of mixing to them. And then I think, I mentioned to you earlier that I'll start on the drums, but then I'll also quite soon start to pick out or hack out at frequencies in the guitar that I don't like, which are just masking the mix. I know it's going to be some harsh thing, at 3K. I'll start notching them out quite soon as I'm doing the drums. So yeah, that was my philosophy there.
It makes sense. I think that lots of times people will just mix without any context. Just get started.
Yeah. But I think it is definitely context, perspective, having those things in the background works. And I think I just start to as my drums are starting to become sculpted, I'll start to raise the guitars. And if something doesn't sound right with the snare, then it means, since bringing the guitar up, for example, then I need to try and figure out why that is and adjust it somehow, either in the guitars or the snare.
Makes sense. All right, so I guess where would you begin?
Where would I begin? I guess with the kick. Let's start with the kick. I'm going to mute the room mics because I usually would. All right, let's do some kick EQ. Obviously, I've got the little bit of EQ I've got in Superior Drummer. I'll I will show the kick for a minute. And I usually find the first thing I'll do is try and cut out these kind of ringing notes that you sometimes get in kicks. I can't hear it that well in my headphones. I hear it in my ears quite clearly, and you might not have it. It depends on the kick drum, but it's usually between 100, sometimes even 90 to 150 hertz. Just that kind of notey stuff, which for the style of music I'm doing, I just don't like it to be in there. I want it just to be tight and punchy. That's just getting rid of the usual kind of muddiness, boxiness. These ones might seem a little bit strange to people, but let's play it in context. I don't really want my kick drum to sound overly metal and Fear Factory kind of clicky, so I know some people like to boost this kind of region for kick drums, but I prefer to have the top end of my kick more in this kind of area. So it's just cutting out some harshness from the kick drum, really, is all I'm doing there. So relatively simple. And also remember that I've got the 4 kick layers going on there, which is going into this one. And then another transient designer. And it's not doing a whole load, it's just bringing the sustain down, the muddiness again. See, I kind of prefer that, but that's a bit extreme. It's just trying to get rid of the sustain of the kick, cleaning that up. And I've done it, so I've set the sustain here to low, so it's only removing everything below, say, 1000 hertz, 1 kilohertz. It's just taking that down, because I don't really need to touch everything above that. Quite subtle changes, but they start to add up. Then we've got the Slate VMR load. This isn't being used, nor is that. These just come up as default. Not using that either. I'm literally just using this one here. If this is, I've literally got 0.2 there. It's barely doing anything. Turning it on would help. I like the sound of this one, but I find once it's you get later on down the mix, it starts to fart out the speakers, so I barely touch this one. But if I want
so the smallest amount goes a long way.
Yeah. But I do use this if I do want to click a kick drum later on down the mix. I'll usually use this because it's more of a broad kind of EQ. Yep. Just a little bit there. This plugin I love. I use it all the time. If I want low end on the kick, I don't bother with the sub mic on a kick because I just use this. Let's do it. Yeah, that's great. But again, just a little bit of it, so I usually have it, 20%, 30% sort of thing. Obviously, you'd have to fine tune the frequency of what it's boosting, which I'm not going to touch because I've found it on my monitors. And that's going to vary depending on the kick drum source, obviously.
So I'm finding that this is a really, really good way to get a good present kick that cuts without making it sound too metal or clicky.
Yeah, because I personally don't like I like a little bit of click in the kick drum, but it can just sound really fake if you start adding too much high end to the kick drum. Because I'm cutting it, obviously.
Yeah, and then adding it back in a very broad sense.
Yeah, like with the VMR. Yeah, or like a Pultec EQ might be a nice way of doing it. But
Clariphonic is another one that works nicely for that.
Yeah, I use that a lot, but not on kick drum. I have to try that. Yeah, interesting. That could work. Excuse me.
It's the same idea, just a
Yeah.
broad high end.
For sure. I love the Clariphonic. I've got the hardware unit. It's great.
Yeah.
And then I've only started using this one recently. Plugin Alliance Basement. I guess it's kind of doing a similar job to the Little Labs Voice of God. This is sculpting the low end. If we bring that down, turn it on, let's have a listen. I will solo it. Just reinforcing that low end a little bit. And you can also, again, this kind of acts as a broad top end enhancer. Yeah, it's subtle, but it all starts to add up. I think these two are doing the most work, really, to be honest. And it can sound quite nice using the resonate. So obviously, this is focusing the energy at sort of 60 hertz roughly. If we move it to there, have it on resonate mode, it's focusing. It sounds like it's focusing it more at like 100 hertz. Makes it cut a lot more, but by itself it can sound a bit strange. But in the mix, it's really prominent. But sometimes it doesn't. No, it just feels a bit weird. But it's kind of cool. And the last one is just a compressor, just to tidy it up a little bit. I don't usually like to use a compressor on a kick drum, but it's just to try and, if you really crank the monitors and I start to hear like the low end farting, it's just to try and keep that in check. So it's literally just touching it. Yeah, the tiniest amount, and I think I just started with a preset, and I'll use probably a 10 millisecond, maybe 3 millisecond attack. I always use the API compressor. Maybe a 3-to-1, 4-to-1. It's got medium release. But it's literally just touching it. The other thing I might do is, I don't know. If the low end was a bit too crazy, I'd probably bring the attack down, eat into it a bit more. But then just bring the mix back slightly. But they're so subtle. Interesting, the actual level of it, full scale level, is actually less with everything enabled than when it's disabled, but it seems to cut more. I thought it'd be the opposite way around, but I guess that means it's actually working, which is good. But yeah, and that's pretty much it on the kick. Well, I remember mix bus, everything's off, but I do put this on quite early. The Kazrog True Iron. I think it's just sort of emulating some transformers. Well, I'll just put it on. Have a listen. Let's turn the mix down. Again, subtle, but it's just adding a little bit of a bump in the low end, in the warmth. I can usually feel that a lot more on my monitors than I can. But yeah, again, lots of little 1% and 2%. That's usually the only thing I'd have on my master bus to begin with at this stage anyway. That's pretty much the kick. I mean, shall I move on to the snare?
Let me see if we have any questions. How do you balance the kick mics before processing?
That's obviously varies depending on the source sound of the kicks. So we've got my primary ones there. Which are quite tubby and just a bit loose, really, but for some reason I picked those when I was doing this mix. This one I use quite often as a layer. This is the Metal Machine, which is a very clicky one compared to that one anyway. And then we've got, I think from the Def Kit, a kick there. That's nice and clicky. So I probably would have had these two main ones and realized, right, clicky enough, and it would have been before I touched any of this processing on the kick group. Yeah, would have added that one. That's helped with the clickiness a bit. That one's quite nice actually. It's more of a high-end toppiness on that one. But it's trying to get the clickiness naturally before you start touching the EQ, I guess. And I probably set the gain, as you can see in here, for it, and within Superior Drummer, the mixer in Superior Drummer. And just leave my faders as close to 0, just because it looks better.
Easier to manage.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's just by ear. I think you just get used to it with time. You just know what you want in your head, and you just go for it. I think it just takes a bit of practice, really. If you know what you want, if you can imagine what you want in your head, it makes it easier having a goal.
Yeah, I agree. So I suggest that we take a 15-minute break, come back and get into snare. What do you think?
Sounds good. Yeah, because snare's always a long one. So yeah.
Yep.
Okay,
cool.
Sounds good.
We'll see you all in 15 minutes.
See you in a bit.
URM is partnering with some sponsors to offer exclusive discounts to URM students. URM students can get discounts from companies like Dial-Tune, Sonics, Jay-Z Microphones, Submission Audio, Kush Audio, Acustica Audio, Baby Audio, Oda Home Audio, Joey Sturgis Tones, Drumforge, TuneCore, and Bogren Digital. To get more information on how you can redeem these discounts, head over to the URM plugin deals page and look under the topic URM benefits. See you there.
Hey everyone, what is up? This month on Mix Rescue, we're going to take a look at how I took a song that sounded like this and turned it into a song that sounds a little bit more like this. If you're curious about how we got to this end result, you can find this month's Mix Rescue under the Mix Rescue tab in your URM enhanced account. I'll see you there. Yes.
The URM Guitar Survival Guide is here. Head over to my courses on your account to gain access to some of the best guitar-focused content we have to offer.
What's up, guys? I'm Carson Slovak,
And I'm Grant McFarland.
and today we're going to talk about dial-tune drums.
I came into the studio and I asked myself that question. In fact, I asked Grant that question. What is it? What is dial tune? He, within 30 seconds, showed me what it is by taking the head off and putting on a brand new head, tightening the tension, raising the pitch, and all of a sudden we were at recording speed. So I usually tune my snare drums snare side to about 270 pitch, and I got it there within 45 seconds. I didn't have to go around the drum. I could just twist this knob.
We're in a recording session. We don't want to take unnecessary time to do stuff that's going to ruin the flow and ruin our momentum while we're trying to be creative and get good takes and everything. So this is just another one of those time-saving tools that really allows us to do our job.
I was skeptical about the sound of dial tune. Anything with technology, when it's matched up with drums, you're going to compromise what actually matters, which is how does the drum sound?
Really, with all this tech set aside, the cool thing about this drum ultimately is that it's just a really well-built drum, and it sounds great.
It's a little bit bulkier than other snare drums because of all the technology. So I was a little concerned about that because as I'm playing drums, I don't want to have to give up where my double bass pedals are, Your snare drum's the epicenter of your playing, so it's really important that this space works. You're making the most of it. I wasn't bothered by the size of it. So if you're looking for a drum that is going to function well in that it provides you a smooth experience changing drum heads and just keeping a consistent pitch, and you're looking for a quality pro sounding snare drum, Dial Tune has it figured out. This is the 6.5 by 14 inch maple. I highly recommend it.
For more than 100 years, people have built microphones. Legends have been developed and numerous variations of them have been introduced. But true innovation should always lead to new possibilities. So let's focus on the future. Introducing the Lewitt LCT 640 Twin System, the true next generation studio microphone. Create any kind of polar pattern even after the recording. Record in stereo with only one LCT 640 TS. Our perfect match technology ensures that any two LCT 640 TS will always form a matched pair. Dual output mode. The signals from the front and back of the capsule are output on two separate channels. This allows you to capture the whole session instead of committing to a single source. Let's get started. In addition to your standard 3-pin XLR, plug in the mini XLR included, press and hold the central button, and open the polarizer plugin. Now you can change the polar pattern freely. After weeks of research, we found the perfect way to illustrate it. You just heard the Omni pattern. It picks up sound equally from all sides. The volume of our party bus does not change. Now the cardioid pattern. The microphone is most sensitive from the front and least sensitive from the back. You can hear the volume decreasing when the bus drives behind the microphone. Figure of 8 captures the signal from the front and back equally and is least sensitive on the sides. Let's switch back to cardioid pattern but change the direction of the microphone. It's now most sensitive on the back. stereo recording with one microphone. Now let's use the dual output mode to record in stereo multi-pattern mode. You can also use the LCT640TS as a standard multi-pattern microphone. Select cardioid, supercardioid, figure of 8, omni, and wide cardioid. Perfect match technology. Any two LCT640TS will form a matched pair. During production, the polarization voltage is automatically adjusted to achieve the same sensitivity in every LCT640TS. Our perfect match technology is the future of stereo recording. Low-cut filter. The LCT640TS features 4 low-cut settings. Use the low-cut filter to get rid of unwanted low frequencies, structure-borne noise, or to compensate for the proximity effect. Pre-attenuation and clipping history. To prevent clipping, choose between 4 pre-attenuation settings when recording very loud sources. Okay, this was not enough. The LCT640TS handles signals up to 132 dB SPL without pre-attenuation. You just saw the clipping indicator flashing red. If you miss the indication and want to check if your signal clipped during recording, just hold the right button down to enter the clipping history. Let's set the pre-attenuation to -12 dB and try again. You can see no clipping occurred. Pop filter. Use our pop filter. It's magnetic to reduce plosives and hisses without altering the natural sound of the microphone. What's in the box? The LCT640TS comes in a nearly indestructible, military-grade protective case, together with a shock mount, a windscreen, and a magnetic pop filter. The LCT640TS, with its revolutionary dual output mode, polarizer plug-in, and perfect match technology, will revolutionize the way we think about the recording process. Tweak the material you've already recorded, change the polar pattern, add and subtract room sound, or record in stereo with only one microphone. Think about all the possibilities. What will you do with it? Lewitt, unaltered, authentic, memorable.
Are you enjoying today's Nail the Mix? There's been a bunch of great knowledge bombs dropped already. A great place to talk about today's Nail the Mix is in the URM Private Producers Club Facebook group. But did you know, URM Academy has a Discord exclusive to URM subscribers. If the URM Private Producers Club is the party, think of the URM Discord as the after party. Keep the conversation going with your peers and also join in on the URM LAN party game nights. Don't worry, AL's already in bed. Let the raging begin. Look for the Discord link in the comment section if you're watching live, or hit up URM support for a link to the URM Discord. All right, that's enough for me. See you there. Hey everyone, John Mossell here, and I wanted to take a quick moment to talk to you about Collab Smash, URM Academy's songwriting competition held in the URM Private Producers Club Facebook group, a private Facebook group that comes with your subscription to Nail the Mix. Teams of 2 to 6 subscribers come together to create an original track based on an artist's style, such as Pantera, Deftones, Meshuggah, Rammstein, and many, many more. At submission close date, we will pick the top submissions and generate a poll where the community votes on who won that month's Collab Smash. And each member of the winning team walks away with prizes from companies like Neural DSP, Room Sound, Oak Sound, Empirical Labs, and many, many more. To join in on the fun, go to the URM Private Producers Club Facebook group and under topics find the current month's Collab Smash. In the comment section, reply what you can contribute to a team to find other subscribers looking to join in. It's that simple. Can't wait to hear your team's track. See you soon.
Welcome back to July 2021. Nail the Mix with Echo Kenny. Let's keep going. What were we doing? Snare?
That's right. Although I think I will quickly look at those guitars because I did mention I notched out some stuff as I started doing the drums, and you're going to love the guitar key because it's horrible. Oh yeah, look.
Holy shit.
I know.
It's a lot of stuff.
I know. It's lots of little notches, but let's bypass those ones because the ones I would have done first would have been probably these couple, like these few here. So let's just put them on. Actually, that's just on the Cortex. Let's find that. Just getting rid of the nasty, the harsh stuff. The Cortex one isn't that bad, actually. I think the main culprit is in the support ones. Where are they? Yeah, these ones. The Kemp is horrible. It looks exaggerated. It's not actually cut that much, but it's just zoomed in. Let's bypass those. Yeah, it's just noise to me. It just sounds like a whistle, a constant whistle, So yeah, quite soon on I would have cut, not all of these, but probably those two there, maybe those four. The other ones I would have started to cut out later on in the mix. So let's leave them on. There's the Cortex. They're on. Sorry, it's a similar principle for this guitar here. Be the same deal. I probably would have put the high pass on as well, to be fair. Let's put those on while I'm at it. Because I just don't need it. That is very boxy. It's just taking up, bandwidth essentially, the mix which you don't need. It just kind of sounds like muddy waffle. So I'll leave those all on for this one, I think. Yeah, there we go. So since that's a group. So it's less aggressive, but it just sits in the mix better for me now. And then I'd probably do something like that. Not all of this, so I've just enabled these, and then I'd start going back to the snare drum or doing the rest of the drum kit. So snare, what we got? It's very ringy. Probably, soloed it sounds too ringy, but in the context of the mix, I think it works again because there's so much going on. There's so many guitars. I think it just works having a ringy snare. Because, like I was saying earlier, it's roughly in key, in the key of the, in tune with the key of the song. I haven't felt the need to do loads of drastic EQ moves on it. Cut wise, just a general high pass. And what's that one? That's going to be a small node there, probably. A little bit boxy, and it's just some kind of smiley face stuff here. And
Do you mind boosting those?
Yeah, I mean, it will get louder eventually. Yeah.
No, I mean just boosting the cuts, just so we can hear
sorry. Yeah,
what you're taking out.
Yeah, okay. So it's kind of like a fundamental, but it's just a little bit boxy, I thought, so that's why I've cut that one. And that's quite common for me to cut around this kind of area a little bit. I do sometimes boost below sort of 180 to 200. I used to do that a lot on previous albums, but I've just stopped doing it recently because I felt it took over the mix a little bit too much. Let's boost these ones. I actually kind of like that one. That's quite a nice harmonic of the snare actually, but maybe it was just too much. That one, that can stay. Bring that up a little bit. But yeah, this one here is similar to the kick drum. It's just getting rid of some kind of harshness. I find these kind of things jump out at me on my monitors. It's just I prefer the shift at the high end, the present shift, to be higher up here, and I just gently cut around here. Usually pretty sharp cues, but it's only a small little bit. So that's pretty small EQ moves really on the snare there. Pretty small. Bit more EQ here. What's going on here? Yeah, so the F6, just any dynamic EQ would do the same job. I'm just used to using the F6. This is good live, actually. I do this a lot with my in-ear monitors, and it's good on real drums, I find. As I want to boost the attack of the snare, the top end of it. But usually when you do that with real drums, you're going to get all kinds of hi-hat bleed and stuff. So I'm just boosting it so it's fastest attack. Actually, the release is quite... Oh yeah, there we go. Fastest attack, and then the release is set really slow, so it's just boosting it really quickly. Only doing it a little bit. It's subtle, but you can, if you further you push it, it just helps to give it that little extra little crack, I find.
I want to bring something up real quick that I had noticed people in the chat talking about. People were saying that they're afraid to do lots of drastic EQ like you had on the guitars, or too many notches on the snare or whatever. Because they're just afraid that that's wrong for whatever reason. Because some people on the internet say that it's wrong, but the thing is, yeah, but you just got to do what you got to do to make it sound the way you want it to sound. That's I usually start off the mix with way less EQ than that, and that does look quite like a lot of hefty EQ, and it will be a lot less than that when I'm starting the mix. And then I find when I'm nearing the final stages of the mix, I'm still hearing bits I don't like, this harshness, little rings, or I go into the car and listen to it in the car, and I'll still hear annoying. I just don't like that, so I'm just going to take it out. Yeah, it can overall maybe make things sound a little bit thinner, but I'd rather have it sounding a bit clean rather than, finding a balance between fullness and cleanness, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah. And I think also if you're actually improving it, right? Like if you're actually fixing problems and you believe that it's getting better, then I don't see what the problem is with that. I think that sometimes some people just go nuts and, they'll be EQing a guitar and they'll hear a ringing frequency and kill it. Then they'll hear another one. Then they'll kill that. Then they'll hear another one. Then they'll kill that.
Yeah.
Without thinking of an overall context or whether or not they're getting closer or further away from their vision for how the guitar should sound, and then they end up neutering it.
Yeah, that has happened to me before. But I think having it, not soloing it, definitely helps there, and having it doing everything in context of the mix definitely helps, or prevents you from going too far with over EQing it. Hopefully.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
All right, cool. I just wanted to bring that up for a second. You can keep going.
It's tricky, I know that, because there are some. Maybe it's a thing to do with Axe effects and Kempers as well. They're a bit more inherent. I just find I need to EQ them a bit more than perhaps a well mic'd up cab and a real amp. I do find I'd have to EQ them less, so that could be part of the thing. Maybe, I'm not sure.
Well, they do have like these weird built-in highs sometimes.
Yeah, for sure.
Need to be dealt with.
It could be part of the parcel. Yeah,
I think so.
Yeah. But yeah, this EQ, that's all this one's doing is just boosting that top end. And I find this is really good on real drums as well. Again, just taking out a little bit of harshness on that as well. Let's listen to it in the mix if we boost it a bit. Yeah, I'm exaggerating it there, but you can see what it's doing. But it's only affecting the full-on hits. It's not really meant to touch the ghost notes. It's just hitting the hard hits just to give it some more top end. Let's bring that back down. Oops. Let's do that. Bring that back on. And then the clariphonic, what we were talking about earlier, just boosting the high end even more. I'm just using the silk setting. I'm not touching this. It's just giving that a nice boost for some top end. It's pretty simple, just making it sound nice and bright and snappy. What we've got here. So I'm just bringing out more of the ring, making it more Saint Angry, really, just bringing out the sustain more of the drums, the snare. Sorry. I might have added that in later on in the mix, and I maybe found the sustain just wasn't quite enough. So if I just wanted the snare to cut through a bit more, I'll just give that a little boost, and it's everything sort of below 2K. And then again, altering the high end snap a little bit here. This will be everything above 2K. Just a little bit of that. So listen to that by itself quickly. Yeah, it's just brightening it up really. And then compression, the fun bit. Probably only touching a couple of dB, I'd imagine, 3 dB gain reduction. Yeah, probably only even one. I tend to usually use, this is my go-to compressor. I just love the sound of APIs. And I'd usually be around there for the snare most of the time. 6-to-1, fastest release. I'll be using the feed-forward type of tone, I guess is what they're calling it. And I do like to I'll have manual makeup gain, just because on the hardware unit, using the manual makeup gain, it's just got a little bit of sweetness on the transformer, I find. So I just use it. I don't know if they emulate that, but I just crank that a little bit. Yeah, I'm compressing by about 1 dB, boosting by 1 dB there. I'd probably go onto the parallel. I'd probably check on some parallel compression, and I think let's just turn that on. That'd be a faster. I mean, I probably would have just copied that compressor over to there, but then just fasten the attack. It's usually going to be around there, maybe not the fastest. I want to let a little bit of the click through, a little bit of the transient. Higher ratio, then everything there's pretty much the same. Just boosted the output slightly more, and that's just going to be an exaggerated compression there. Can we solo that? Yeah. Let's blend that in. Yeah. Everything.
So let me just say, people are saying that they have trouble blending these things in and finding good level. I mean, you just showed exactly how to do it. Turn it all the way down and slowly fade it up till it sounds right.
Obviously, I've got some automation here because it's been set for the final mix, but I would have. It'd probably been even lower than that when the mix was starting. Then, as I start to sculpt levels as the mix goes along, it probably just crept up slightly. But if I want the snare to be louder, I'll probably use the snare parallel, or I'll use this for sustain. If I need more attack, I'll use the close, the unaffected, the uncompressed one. So I'd use that for a transient of the snare more, and this if I want more tone and sustain. Kind of treat them separately a little bit.
Good strategy.
Yeah, bringing it up, yeah. The reverb I would have brought in later, and I probably moved on to the overheads next, I think, because they're sounding quite trashy now, so I would want to tame that.
Cool.
Yeah. Just so then. What I'm doing here is just using the mono maker, so I'm monoing everything below 400 hertz. Oh, there's a little bit of what's that one doing? Yeah, a little cut, 600 hertz. I mean, just that makes it sound so much tidier because I don't really want the kick drum over there. I know it's more natural, but it's not really going to make any difference with all the layers that's in the mix. And then just the usual kind of muddiness, the boxiness of the overheads. That's pretty standard cutting around there, anywhere between 300 and 600 hertz, I think, in overheads. What have I got going on here? Decided to use a different EQ for some reason. I'll be honest, I'm not sure what this one's doing because it's dynamic, but I did it for some reason, but it's barely touching it. It might have been for a certain symbol, perhaps. But it's quite a broad. I think I'm trying to tame some of the snare hits. That kind of, again, I've just got a pet peeve about 2 to 4K. I think I'm just ducking it in the overhead slightly so that the close mic takes up more of that area. But it's really subtle there, though. Yeah, it's a very subtle thing. And just cutting more of the sort of 500 hertz area, 400 hertz.
Oh, yeah. You can really hear that when you bypass that 500 hertz area.
Yeah, for sure. Definitely. And then we've got Brainworks, Neve channel. What am I doing here? I think this would just be EQ. A little bit of compression, maybe. Again, cutting more of the 500 hertz, I think, by the looks of it. I don't know why I've cut it so much on 3 EQs, but I obviously felt the need to for some reason. I think it just, on my monitors, it probably still felt boxy. So I was just trying to get different colors of EQ in there, perhaps. And now I'm starting to EQ out some of the harshness here as well, which I usually use for the big job of that's going to be doing most of the work, but I'll cut out a little bit here as well. Much cleaner. Yeah, a bit of a high pass, and I think there's a little bit of compression. Barely touching it, it's just to keep the snare in check, really. I always turn this down because it's just hiss like the old Waves plugins used to do. Don't need that. This control is quite fun sometimes, like the harmonic distortion. Can be a nice way if you put this plugin on the snare drum, just adding like a nice 200 bump to things. I haven't done it on this mix, but it's can be quite cool. More EQ. Oh God, what's this one look like? Not too bad. That frequency probably stood out to me on a certain cymbal, probably one of the crashes. I'll just cut that. Some more mud. And then good old Soothe, just to smooth things out. I mean, Soothe does feel like a bit of a cheat, but it works and it sounds great, I think, so. So yeah, I think it's just, getting rid of some mud, and it's just bring the overheads more, just taming it, controlling it a bit more, or at least that's the aim. By then, I usually do toms last because I can't really bother with toms. Do that at the end of the mix. It's about now I'd probably start adding stuff to the drum bus. Yeah, Devil Lock. It's just adding a little bit of saturation, distortion, I guess. Well, it's compression, I suppose, really, but it does sound like it's distorting it with the crush and crunch controls. But I'll just use the default opened up setting, change the release to fast, and I'll literally just have the tiniest amount of mix, usually around 1. I'll bring it in. I'll listen. It's making it louder as well, so it is gonna, it's a bit of an unfair test, but it still sounds nice. And that's when I'd probably start trying to bring the bass and guitars up a bit more, I think, trying to get rough level of the overall mix. And I'd probably even start going into bass and guitars then, and then do the rim mics and the toms after. But since we're on the drums, we'll stick with the rim mics and stuff if you think that's best.
Yeah, well, what is the reason that you would do it that way?
It's just, it's how I've been doing it recently, or the past couple of years, I think. Just trying to use, just trying to look at the mix as a whole. I find it doesn't always work, but when it does work, it's just trying to, envision the whole mix as one, and not focusing too much on the details of each thing, just trying to get an overall image of the whole
Then
thing.
I would say that why not just do what you would naturally do?
Yeah, okay, I'll probably start looking at some bass EQ then.
All right, let's do that.
Or, yeah, some bass EQ, let's do that. Let's go to a different part of the song as well, instead of that section. I mean, these bass guitars are pretty much, they don't need anything too drastic, I don't think. I think it's just a little bit of EQ on them. Oh God, it's a lot of EQ, good God. Oh no, that's a slap. Where is it? That one. Yeah, I'm always sort of EQing around, sort of 80 to 120 hertz. Like the nodes, like certain notes sticking out more than others, I'll try and tame then. Ideally, I should be using dynamic EQ or like Q3 to do it. just to be quick, I sometimes just put it in with a static one. Just getting rid of some boxiness and muddiness as usual up here. Again, sounds full of it off. But obviously, because I'm bringing that down, the level is going to come down. But it sounds cleaner to me taking that out. What's this one doing? Oh, Saturn. So adding more distortion to it. So all this is doing is adding distortion between 400 hertz and 2K. I do that quite often. And I'll leave these bands untouched. Heavy saturation. I'm also bringing the tone of it down just to sculpt the curve of it, I guess. I mean, that's so dependent on the source sound. Let's go to this one. Just getting rid of lots of boxiness in this mix, basically. I think treating this pretty much the same as that other channel. They're pretty much the same. Just a little less distortion on it. So these are sent to this bass group. Then I'll use good old manly massive passive. I think what this is doing here, it's kind of like the Pultec trick. So it's if you set the Q, I suppose it is, this way, it's kind of boosting and attenuating at the same time, like you'd get with a Pultec EQ. So it's shaping the low end, I guess. I quite often would have this at 100 hertz since my kick's sort of centered at 60. So listen to that. Makes it very subby, but I quite like that. I like lots of low end in the mix. And if you're listening on monitors, you'll probably hear that more than you're going to hear on headphones, to be honest. I'm doing a little cut there. I would have done that probably later on in the mix. And I start to boost sort of 800 to 1.2K quite often on the bass, for the distorted bass, that is. Trying to make it cut for everything. Then more distortion or saturation, because why not? And it's just treating that sort of 1K area again. I think, yes, I'm using the mids and the high mids. Just adding that kind of area into it, and this area as well. Accenting the bark and the growliness of the bass guitar, I suppose. I've got this automated so it's off for the clean bass. So it's just for the distorted bass. Let's just get a level of that sorted. And now now I'm naturally wanting to bring the guitars up, but now I can hear the boxiness of the guitars. So yeah, I'm a little bit. It sounds like I'm being scattery, going from bass to guitars to drums all the time, but it's because I'm treating it as a whole. So it's now I'd probably start eking out the muddiness of the guitars, like these bits. Again, it would have just probably started with the high pass and those 2 bits there, and these ones I probably added in later on. Yeah, just cleaning all that up basically. So yeah, then I'd probably have a break and come back with fresh ears after half an hour, I think.
You need one now?
No.
Okay, cool. Just in general, you would take a break at this point.
Yeah.
We do have a few questions. Charlie Williamson is wondering, what's the purpose of putting the overheads, the low end, into mono?
Just to give like I was saying earlier, to give the mix space. I prefer to have the low end in the center and more the high end in the sides. So it's just giving the mix some stereo imaging, basically. Now having all the low end in the center and all the high end pushed towards the sides. So that's the kind of general thought process there.
Cool. Someone was wondering if you ever use an analyzer to find where to notch, or do you always go by ear?
I'd still do it by ear. I think I sometimes used to use an analyzer, but I think you get used to it eventually. You'll just hear a frequency that you don't like and try cutting it. If it
awesome.
doesn't work, put it back in. But if it does, yeah, leave it out.
Awesome. Yeah, let's keep going.
Yep. So where are we at? So I've kind of got like a rough picture for the guitars there and the bass. So we could probably start adding. Probably do the drum parallel compression as well. Probably start bringing that in. So it's just the drum bus being sent to its own send. Into that, actually. I've gone for the fastest attack because I don't want the transmit of the kick drum to come through. Yeah, parallel compression, it's just slamming it to hell. Fastest attack, quick release, and I've got everything, the knee and everything set to hard. So that's pretty easy. Probably start bringing in some room mics, so we're going to listen to those. I do have them panned quite central. I sometimes have them a bit further, but I think I've done them that way just to avoid using the mono maker. Keep things a bit more in the center. Let's try and bunch them out a bit, actually. Just treating them like I did with the overheads, monoing everything below, 200, 400 hertz. Then soothe straight on it. Like with the overheads, I just want the rim mics to be mainly for the snare, really. And a little bit of realness from the cymbals, but you'll notice the mid and the far rim mics are just for the snare. Just slamming it nicely, pretty quick attack. I usually do quick attacks with the rim mics, just to keep that nice and compressed. I actually prefer it up there, but it's probably because I've got the reverbs to bring in yet and these other rim mics. Let's look at the mid one, which I think is snare and toms only. Let's find a different section. No, it's just snare and toms only. Actually, sorry, I'll stay to the sorted part. My bad. Yeah, just slamming it. So again, fastest attack, quick release, just like we did with the other mic. Really crushing this one. And then I think just cutting out some boxiness and some kind of harshness in the sustain of the snare. Quite subtle in the mix, but it's all starting to add up. And I think it's a very similar thing with the far rim mics. It's going to work. Oh. Not loads of compression on that one, and no EQ. Could probably do a little bit. Oh, no, there's EQ on the stock EQ. I tend to quite, I cut a lot below 200 hertz, 250 hertz on rim mics and let the close mic do that area because it just starts to get muddy, I find. That's why I've cut below that. Just getting rid of some boxiness, the usual kind of things, a lot of boxiness cutting just to try and clean everything up. So yeah, rim mics make all the difference, I think. They just bring the kit alive. But obviously, because it's program drums, you can kind of cheat and just isolate the snare, which is, yeah, feels like cheating, but it works. So.
What about it feels like cheating to you?
Because you wouldn't have just a snare in the rim mic normally, would you? You'd have the whole kit in there.
True. Fair enough.
So that's why I've got at least this one's kind of like a real thing. It's got the whole kit in. And these ones I'm kind of treating as a reverb almost, but it's a rim. Yeah. Snare reverb. What have we got going on here? So this is just being sent from the snare group. I'm using the AMS, I think it is. Yeah, I think I got this off Dave Bendeth.
Bendeth, yeah.
Bendeth, yeah. A reverb he uses, I think he uses the hardware version. But I just use a preset, and it's a really cheesy 80s gated snare effect, but it just kind of works in the background. Michael Jackson / Bon Jovi kind of style reverb. I'm gating it beforehand because I've got my ghost notes going to the snare channel, and I don't want the ghost notes to come through the reverb because it just sounds all weird. So I've got the gate before the reverb just to cut out the ghost notes, basically. Yeah, you can hear they're being cut out there. Alright. I think I'm cutting out some low end. Am I doing it on here? No, I'm not. Oh, yeah. Cutting out some low end. Monoing, again, 400 hertz, like I did with the overheads and rim mics. Monoing everything below that, just because I find it gets too mushy otherwise. Getting rid of some harsh sort of overtones and the low end because I don't need that much low end. I don't think in the snare drum. It's just cleaning it up. Yeah, and it's very cheesy 80s sounding reverb, but it's probably a little bit too loud actually. But I think once we start adding everything else in, it will kind of take more of a backseat. I think that's pretty much the drums. I'll do the toms at the end because toms kind of annoy me, if that's cool.
Yeah, that's totally cool.
Yeah.
Couple questions. Pierre Luc is wondering, could you elaborate a bit on how you decide on the levels of each room fader?
It varies. They'll probably start quite low originally in the mix, and then I'll sort of start as the mix starts to evolve and come to shape. I'll probably bring them in. Also, they'll be automated. So, like this section of the song, so these are these green ones here are the rim mics. I've got them automated. So for tighter sections, they're brought down, and for the bigger opener parts, they're brought up just to give more of a close or open kind of feel. Listen. Except we haven't mixed that slap bit yet. Yeah, it's just generally, it'll vary, but it'll start low and start to bring it up until it starts to just accent the snare drum, really. Accentuate the snare.
So that's kind of what you're looking for, is once it's in there and you start to hear changes in the drums themselves.
Yeah, and I tend to only use the rim mics for choruses or like big riffs where I want it to be, the sustain to be bigger. But there'll be, like I said, if I want a nice tight riff, I'll probably bring them way down because it will sound mushy, and I want more of a close sound.
Mm-hmm.
So it's generally just to accent the snare drum, for me personally.
Right. Timur Nitilas, or Nilitas, I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, Timur. What are you listening for when you dial in the gate for the gated reverb? Is it length or slap or what?
Do you mean do you mean the gate I had before the reverb?
I believe so.
This gate is literally, or do you mean the actual gated verb itself. Yeah.
I think he means the actual gated verb.
This is a preset, so you can't. It's kind of like it's just gated for you. I think it's almost like a reverse sounding one, actually.
Yeah, some presets are good.
Yeah, it's just it's a go-to one I've used for years now. I sometimes, if I was doing it the old-fashioned way, using like an actual gate after the reverb, I'd cut out the attack, let the snare take that. So you maybe have the attack at like 50 milliseconds, but the release of it, try to fine tune depending on the tempo of the song, I guess. So, or how intense the song is. You can have a nice long tail if it's a slow song. This one's a little bit more upbeat, so it's a slightly shorter kind of tail. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Joao Vitor is wondering, are you making the verb narrower with panning?
Oh yeah, good spot. Yeah, again, just like by itself, yeah, it sounds nicer when it's all wide and stuff, but it's just to try to think of the overall picture. It's making the guitars sound nice and big on the sides and bringing the drums in just so everything's got its space. So you have, as well as the mono maker for below 400 hertz. Yeah, well spotted. I forgot about that. I've brought the panning in for it as well. Yeah.
Awesome. Shall we continue?
Yes. Trying to think. I probably actually, now that I've got my basic drum sound going on, I'd probably start doing the mix bus stuff, actually, adding the compressor to the master bus.
Let's do that. So my suggestion is we do that, take a 15-minute break,
Okay.
come back.
Come back to the... All right. Let me just turn them on. I don't know if you can see them in the shot or not. Give us...
Yes.
You got them? Okay. So I've got the Manly, the API, and the Neve. These two I'm not using. I'm not using the Manly either. It's just there if I do want to do some kind of EQ. But I rarely use it nowadays. But it is going through it, but it's bypassed, I think. Yes. So I'm just using it for the compression and the texture on the Neve. So the texture on the Neve there, and a little bit on the depth EQ there as well, which just adds a little bit of width. But I'll focus on the compressor for now, the API. So let's enable that. And hang on a second. And yeah, I never really touch these settings on my mix bus compressor. It's usually always the attack at around there. Oops. Usually 1 millisecond, sometimes a little bit faster if the bass drum's a bit too low endy. The release is always at the fastest. Ratio is usually at 3:1, sometimes 2:1. And it's just a matter of tweaking the threshold, so it's just, I make sure the needles are just sort of, being kissed by 1 dB at max. It's usually been triggered by the snare, maybe the kick a little bit. And also, again, adding some makeup gain, a good 3 dB there, just because the output transformer on these sounds really nice, I think. Yeah, it's going to sound nicer because I'm cranking it up, obviously, but actually we could turn it off for a second. It's adding auto makeup gain, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, that's pretty much all that is, really. And since we're on it, since we're sort of on this camera, if we go to the Neve, I would use the silk. This is all I use a Neve for. I don't really use it for the compression or anything, but I just use the silk red. It just adds some nice brightness to the guitars since, I'm cutting all those harsh nodes and resonances in the guitars. It can get a little bit dull, so I just sort of brighten the whole master up out of this. It's probably like 30%, just a little bit. And then a little bit of width here. And I realize this is mastering, but I know I'm going to do it, so I always just chuck it on quite early at this point. And that's just adding some width and sort of high mids. And again, I'm just doing it by... It's one notch up, maybe 2 notches up from noon. So it's a very subtle thing. That's pretty much it. It's off. I can bypass that and have a listen. But yeah, it is louder, so it's going to sound better, obviously. So, but that's something I usually put on halfway through the mix, like I've done now. So, yeah.
Very nice. So we do have some questions about that stuff. So Joe Vitor is wondering, so the Neve is just being used for EQ and width?
Yeah, so that silk red, it's just brightness really, but it's a nice EQ. It's just adding brightness in a kind of quite a subtle way. It's it doesn't sound too harsh. I mean, really, I should be adding this later on down the line, but I know I'm going to put it on, so I just chuck it on quite early in the mix nowadays because I just use it so often. And yeah, width, just on the sides. It's really just affecting the guitars, just adding those high mids. A little bit of boost on the sides. And because we've monoed everything on the overheads and the rooms, it is really only touching the guitars, pretty much. So yeah, that's the idea there.
Okay, Anthony is wondering, do you keep the compressor in the print when sent to mastering or just for mix purposes?
As I tend to master most of the stuff myself, It's usually always on. But if I was going to send it to somebody else for mastering, I'd probably send them 2 versions for them to decide. So I'd send them one with it on, how I've been mixing with it on, and then send them a version with it off in case they might prefer that. So that's always a good thing to do, I think. It's good practice.
Okay, Scott Clayton is wondering, are you sending to these units before or after any plugins on the master? To us.
There are some. So yeah, we've got the pre-master here. Excuse me. These are disabled, but we'll enable them after. So we've got the True Iron plugin there on my master bus. These ones I'll add later, and then it's going to the Burl output, which is my interface essentially, which is then going to the API compressor and the Neve. So yes, there will be some plugins before the API, but I'll probably enable them a little bit later. I'm just kind of doing a little steps at a time. So yeah, we'll go to those ones a little bit after. I'm just trying to mix into the compressor, I guess.
Great. Awesome. Why don't we take a 15-minute break?
Okay.
Come back. Keep
Sounds
going.
good.
Awesome.
Cool,
we will see you all in 15 minutes.
Sweet.
What's up, guys? I'm Carson Slovak,
And I'm Grant McFarland.
and today we're going to talk about dial tune drums.
I came into the studio and I asked myself that question. In fact, I asked Grant that question. What is it? What is dial tune? He, within 30 seconds, showed me what it is by taking the head off and putting on a brand new head, tightening the tension, raising the pitch, and all of a sudden we were at recording speed. So I usually tune my snare drums snare side to about 270 pitch, and I got it there within 45 seconds. I didn't have to go around the drum. I could just twist this knob.
We're in a recording session. We don't want to take unnecessary time to do stuff that's going to ruin the flow and ruin our momentum while we're trying to be creative and get good takes and everything. So this is just another one of those time-saving tools that really allows us to do our job.
I was skeptical about the sound of dial tune. Anything with technology, when it's matched up with drums, you're going to compromise what actually matters, which is how does the drum sound?
Really, with all this tech set aside, the cool thing about this drum ultimately is that it's just a really well-built drum and it sounds great.
It's a little bit bulkier than other snare drums because of all the technology. So I was a little concerned about that because as I'm playing drums, I don't want to have to give up where my double bass pedals are, Your snare drum's the epicenter of your playing, so it's really important that this space works. You're making the most of it. I wasn't bothered by the size of it. So if you're looking for a drum that is going to function well in that it provides you a smooth experience changing drum heads and just keeping a consistent pitch, and you're looking for a quality pro sounding snare drum, dial tune has it figured out. This is the 6.5 by 14 inch maple. I highly recommend it.
Hey everyone, John Mossell here, and I wanted to take a quick moment to talk to you about Collab Smash, URM Academy's songwriting competition held in the URM Private Producers Club Facebook group, a private Facebook group that comes with your subscription to nail the mix. Teams of 2 to 6 subscribers come together to create an original track based on an artist's style, such as Pantera, Deftones, Meshuggah, Rammstein, and many, many more. At submission close date, we will pick the top submissions and generate a poll where the community votes on who won that month's Collab Smash. And each member of the winning team walks away with prizes from companies like Neural DSP, Room Sound, Oak Sound, Empirical Labs, and many, many more. To join in on the fun, go to the URM Private Producers Club Facebook group and under Topics find the current month's Collab Smash. In the comment section, reply what you can contribute to a team to find other subscribers looking to join in. It's that simple. Can't wait to hear your team's track. See you soon. How's it going, everyone? And welcome to another episode of Mix Crit Redemption. In front of me, I have subscriber Brandon Kaler's mixes of Architects. He was kind enough to let Joe submit these tracks for Mix Crit Redemption. And the cool part on this particular episode is that we have the 3 different stages of so we have the first original mix that they worked on, which is month 1, month 2, the follow-up, and then month 3, the newest Architects mix. So this is 3 different mixes of the Architect song that Brandon worked with Joe on, which is pretty cool. This is the first time we've done this on the show, so pretty excited about that. Let's go into Pro Tools. So in Pro Tools, you're going to see on the final version, I have Nugen Audio Send, and that's going to a master check instance on both the previous versions to level match as close as possible. So I'm just going to press play on the first one. Let's listen to month 1's progress, or to his original mix. All right, cool. And let's listen to month 2's mix after his first one-on-one with Joe. All right, so let's bounce between the month 1 and month 2 real fast. So right out the gate, they have addressed a lot of the balance issues that were apparent in the first one, and then the EQ moves have gotten better also due to balance issues being corrected and gain staging in general just being fixed for the most part. Now let's go listen to the final mix, month 3. All right, let's bounce between month 1, month 2, and then month 3 real fast. You guys can hear. So. You guys are literally seeing just 3 months of one-on-ones and help from Joe right there. There is no better example than these 3 tracks. Brandon, thank you so much for sending this Joe's way and allowing us to do this for the show. This is like, I'm going to do it one more time, guys, just so you can hear it, because you can't make up these results. It's right here in front of you. Gain staging is better on the final one. Balance is better. EQ decisions, the way everything's gelling is better. Is there still room for improvement? Of course, there's always room for improvement. But from month 1 to just 3 months, 90 days, 3 one-on-one sessions, you can see Brandon's progress right here. This isn't just a one-off. This is everyone who takes advantage of the one-on-ones through UARM Enhanced that really wants to up their game and get the help that they need. That's what they're there for. That's why we have them. That's why we do them monthly, not bi-monthly anymore. And this is all there for you. So thank you guys for watching this episode of Mixed Current Redemption, and we'll see you on the next one. Later. You're not going to believe this. URM is partnering with some sponsors to offer exclusive discounts to URM students. URM students can get discounts from companies like Dialtune, Sonics, Jay-Z Microphones, Submission Audio, Kush Audio, Acustica Audio, Baby Audio, Old at Home Audio, Joey Sturgis Tones, Drumforge, TuneCore, and Bogren Digital. To get more information on how you can redeem these discounts, head over to the URM Plugin Deals page and look under the topic URM Benefits. See you there.
The TF range is designed to be no compromise, very, very low noise, very broad bandwidth, very clean, and musical. I'm delighted that the first mic to come out is the TF5, which is a fundamental part of any engineer's toolkit. These are special microphones, very high quality, and I'm proud to be part of them. To take them out of the box, stick two of them on a stand with a stereo bar, and enjoy how natural they sound.
Hey guys, Omen here, and I'm here to tell you that we've made the Eurobass even better. Let me introduce Eurobass 2. Eurobass 2 is the complete resampling of the original instrument. We took the opportunity to shoot out everything from various string types through to cables and plectrums to ensure the most powerful sound we've ever achieved. The new library has 4 times more raw samples than the original, and we've included a brand new alternate picking algorithm that's locked to the tempo of your project. Our process tones will be completely rebuilt using the best gear from our friends at Dark Glass and Neural DSP, and above all, our tones remain 100% mix ready the moment you load them into the project. If you bought the original Eurobass, you'll be receiving an email with the update link shortly, entirely free of charge. This is our thank you for allowing us to make Submission Bass a reality. For everybody else, head on over to submissionbass.com and check it out for yourself.
What's the secret ingredient that turns a recording session into one of those magical moments? That, my friend, is you. You and nobody else. We're not here to tell you what to play or how to sound. We just want you to show us all you've got. It better be awesome. Music's a wonderful thing. It helps us to share our thoughts when words are no longer enough to express our emotions. Your feelings are worth sharing. Record them. And you better shout them out. We didn't build the LCT240 Pro to record at bedroom volumes, taking care not to wake your neighbours. Be proud, be loud. Sometimes all the beauty lies in the quiet details. Use the Pro to record all those gentle melodies on your acoustic instruments or capture the most intimate vocal performances. In the end, creativity is all about what you make out of it. With the LCT240 Pro, we provide you with a microphone that works on vocals, instruments, drums, and amps. Crystal clear at any volume. Record. Lewitt. Unaltered, authentic, memorable.
The URM Guitar Survival Guide is here. Head over to my courses on your account to gain access to some of the best guitar-focused content we have to offer.
Welcome back to July 2021 Nail the Mix with Ackle Canny. How are you doing, Ackle?
I'm good, buddy.
Good. All right, so guitars and bass. Let's continue.
Yeah, let's finish them off because we kind of half did it. Like we've kind of finished a distorted guitar. But let's do those clean and slappy ones so they're kind of finished up. Let's do the slap one whilst it's slapping. It's a lot of EQ, I know. I think I'm just trying to... There's a lot of muddiness as usual, and like we did with the distorted bass, there's some nodes around here I've probably tried to tame. Turn it all off. Bring that on. It's just a general kind of high pass thing just to clean that up and sort these two down. You just don't. I get this a lot. It's like you listen to I don't know, I get sent a mix and the bass tone can sound really nice, but you'll get some notes jump out more than the others. And again, like I should be using a dynamic EQ here to tame these so that when those certain notes pop out, they get ducked. but I just use a static one just to save time. But that's all it's doing. It's just trying to, if there's a note that's sticking out to me too much, a resonance, I'll just try and tame that. So that's all they're doing. Reasonably sharp cues. Just got some mud, clear up. Although that one's arguably some body. Let's just do it in the mix. Bring that one back up a little bit. And it's just trying to make it sit in the mix instead of using the volume control, I guess. Probably a bit too much on those, I think. Let's bring them back up a little bit. I think these are just a bit spiky. Again, like I had with the guitars, I've got a pet peeve with the whole sort of 3K area, so I'm just taming that. I think I might have done a bit too much there, though. Let's bring that back up. But I can see what I was doing. I've kind of cut that, and I'm trying to, like I did with the kick almost, I'm kind of shifting the top end, removing it from here and putting it up there instead. I think one thing I noticed because Moss really hits, bass player Moss, he really hits the strings. I'm not noticing it on my cans, but on my headphones, like some of his thumps sound like a kick drum. So I think I'm trying to tame that with this, as well as just sort of even everything out. Fast attack to kind of catch the thumpiness, so it's not invading the kick drum too much. I might actually just try. So what happens if we do this? Yeah, the kick drum is sort of around there, so let's tuck it in a little bit. Just let the kick breathe in there a little bit. And yeah, there was some stock EQ on it as well, just cutting out some more boxiness. Well, I'm actually quite liking this area, so I might bring that back up. The main thing for me is it's just tidying up those, like, sort of, there's a lot of static noises which have no sort of relevance to the, what's actually being played. Yeah, it's tidying up that area. Okay, while we're on this section, let's do the guitars for this bit. That's probably what I would have done. And again, the first thing I can hear is just the sort of waftiness around here, and it's... Listen. That's the first thing I can hear what I want to get rid of. Am I doing that on there? Yes, definitely. Just taking that low end out because the bass is doing that, really. And it looks extreme, but it's just, yeah, it works for me, I think. And then that's just doing the same thing with the stock. And then we've got a duplicate of what's being played there, but on a higher octave, I think. Yeah. And I probably just copied the EQ over. Oh no, it's not quite as much. We don't need that. Just finding cutting out all that low end, that muddiness, just means I can sort of bring the whole level up a lot more. And then it's just a matter of compressing both of them just to try and keep it all kind of consistent. And they're just going straight to the master bus. They're not going to any groups, I don't think. Yeah. So let's bring them in. Play from a bit before. Pretty much them, and then let's finish off the clean bass. I think this is the bass from the Portal stream, actually. I've done a lot to this track. There's a lot of EQs and things going on. This because it sounds very muddy to me straight off the bat. Yeah, general nodes being cut there. I bet there's going to be a lot of EQ here. Oh, damn. Very scooped, but it's probably a bit over the top. Although they're all... Actually, there's quite a lot. But again, it's just getting rid of a lot of nodes, which I found were certain notes were jumping out more than others. Those two in particular, but there's just so much of it, so much information there, so I'm just tucking them down a bit. I mean, if Moss, my bass player, was here and saw I was doing that, he'd probably hate me and be like, "What are you doing to my tone?" But overall, I'm just trying to think of, I'm trying to make it fit into the mix. So yeah, that's why there's a lot of EQ there. Compressing it again, I think. Seems like a lot. I think that's, again, because I've got such a fast attack, I think on my monitors I was hearing, because he's playing that with his thumb, I think I'm hearing a lot of like kick drummy kind of sound come from the bass, which is nice, but there's a lot of it. So I think that's what I'm trying to control there. Helps a little bit. This thing, I'm literally just using it to shave off the top end. Just adding a little bit of saturation on it, just kind of just doing like a low pass almost. It's so subtle, but this is actually quite a nice plugin for saturation as well when you start cranking it. What have we got here? More EQ, because why not? Got my high points. Yeah. See, this one I probably added when it was later on in the mix, and it was just felt like it wasn't sitting right. I think because I've cut so much around this area, I think I've boosted it back in, but with a lower Q. And I've done lots of sharp Qs in that area, but it just felt like I'd hollowed it out too much. So I could have brought them and raised them back up, but I think I just did it a quick way and just give it a little bump in that area to try and give it some beef again. And I think this is just trying to make the kick, let the kick breathe. That's kind of in tune. That's a note in the key of the song, and it probably just felt like it was jumping out to me. I've got it out. Like a harmonic. So yeah, it seems like it's quite drastic, but I've done it for some reason. It seems to work for me. And even though it's a clean part, I've added decapitator to it, which is interesting. It's not overly dirty. But... because it's playing, I know it's adding a lot of level as well, but because it's playing with this thumb, you can get away with adding a bit of distortion and it not actually sounding that distorted. It's just giving it some cut in the mids. And then good old track spacer, and this will be side chained to the kick, I'd imagine. Seems to have lost it. Let's put that on. I can't really hear what that's doing on my cans, but on my headphones, but on my monitors, you can usually hear that low and just ducking whenever the kick comes in. But obviously I don't want to overdo it. It's just, I'd have it, whenever I use this plugin, it's usually between 10 and 30%. So yeah, somewhere around there. And it's just, whenever the kick hits, it's just cutting out, 60 hertz roughly on the bass. No idea what I'm doing there. I think I'm just trying to get the cut, like it felt like it was with all the clean noises which are going on in the sound design. I think I was just trying to get a bit of a attack back in there, but higher up rather than lower down. Yeah. And I'm just checking there the levels. Like the verse almost sounds louder than the chorus there, so I should probably bring down the slap a little bit. Can bring up the guitars a little bit, but we'll do that in a second. And you bring down the slap guitars. And also, I'm noticing my API, my mix bus compressor is starting to be compressed a bit too much, so I'm just going to back that off like half a dB, just because I'm starting to bring the level of the bass up and stuff. I mean, yeah, are there any questions about that, the bass part, before I move on to the rest of the guitars?
Yeah, well, someone by the name of Anonymous, that's an interesting name, is wondering if you use brand new strings for recording the bass.
I should do, and I do for the album, but I think this bit here, it sounds like it's not, doesn't it? I think that's because it was taken from the live Portals thing. They were probably older strings. Ideally, the slap guitar sounds like new strings.
Yes.
Sorry. Yeah, you can hear it in there, but this one, they must be from different. I think that one's from Portals, and that one must be from the Lockdown or something. I can't remember, but they sound way less bright. Which I know you wouldn't normally, normally in a normal session, you'd just have the same bass guitar and it'd just be the same set of strings or whatever. But generally, new strings always sound better, definitely.
They make a big difference on the slapping part, for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely.
Yatin is wondering, is there any specific reason why you're using track spacer over a sidechain compressor?
Just because it focuses the energy at I don't want the whole level of the bass to drop. I just want I've focused the energy of the kick drum at 60 hertz. So I just want 60 hertz on the bass to duck rather than all of it. It's just ducking that little bit.
Let's see here. Yatin is also wondering, is there any reason you're not running any amp sims for the bass DIs?
They're going through, if you mean the clean ones, I just prefer the sound of a DI. And I'm kind of doing so much EQing to it anyway.
Yeah, it's not just a DI.
Yeah, so, I mean, the distorted ones are obviously going through some amp stuff on the Kemper. Although I don't think I'm using a cab sim on the Kemper. It's still relatively DI'd sounding. Which I guess just gives it lots of top-end detail. Might be nasty, but it kind of works sometimes once you dial it in right. I think I just prefer a nice DI'd sound. If you've got some nice pickups and a decent bass, it can work.
Mm-hmm. So Timur is wondering, and I guess this is about guitar, when doubling parts an octave higher, do you find it's better to stay on the same string set in order to keep the finger pattern?
String set, do you mean like... it depends on the part. Go on, sir.
Oh, yeah, I think he just meant literally sliding it up 12 frets.
Yeah, it depends on the part, obviously, but generally, yeah, it would just be going up 12 frets. But if it's a riff maybe on the 5th or 7th fret, then I'll have to work out how to play it, further down the fretboard, down the string or whatever. So it varies, but the effect is usually pretty much the same.
Yeah, Tina's wondering, in the clean guitar sections, how are you deciding which part takes the primary focus, high or low octave?
You mean for the slappy part?
I think so.
Yeah. Just however I feel at the time. I mean, let's have a listen. They're kind of playing slightly different things. The full-on section is that. The higher octave is just playing certain accents of that. So the section's missed out. So the main one is that they just happen to be at the same level. Yeah, they kind of complement each other. Yeah, they're pretty even, I think.
All right, so Muli is wondering, is there any specific reason why you use the UAD 2500 on drums and the Waves one on guitars? Is that to save UAD power?
Yeah. I love the UAD one. It sounds really nice. But I think I've only got the Duo, I think. So I prefer to save it for things like my snare and my mix bus if I was going to use it on the mix bus. For things like the guitar, it's not as important. So yeah, I'll save things like the snare I consider a bit more important, so I'll save the resources for things like that.
Andre is wondering, how do you avoid low-end resonance frequencies from the bass and the kick? It's my biggest problem.
I've started to hear them more once I got good monitoring and treated my room, to be honest, and SonarWorks. It definitely, all those problems just started to, jump out at me, because I'm having trouble to actually hear it clearly in these. I can hear them, but on my monitors, they just kind of jump out at me, and it's kind of obvious, I want to cut that. So there's something to be said just about having good monitoring or decent headphones that you're used to. I rarely use these headphones.
What are those?
They're good. They're Olo, the studio reference ones. They're good. I'm just not used to them, I don't think. Mm-hmm. I always mix on my monitors because I'm so used to them now. I think it's just being comfortable with what, your mix environment and your monitors or monitoring, definitely.
Absolutely. I think that being comfortable and knowing what you're listening to, I think is more important than what you're listening on.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I get that. Definitely.
Well, I'm just saying that because I've now have seen mixers do this on so many different systems, and they're always great, from the shittiest monitors to the nicest monitors to regular headphones to amazing headphones, everything in between. And I think the only thing that really matters is them knowing what they're listening to.
Definitely. No, for sure.
Shall we keep going?
Yes, I'm going to finish off these guitars. The rhythm guitars. Let's finish those off. Okay. Do the Cortex. So yeah, we already had some of that EQ applied. I mean, I can hear some of that boxiness creeping in just a second ago. Like the bass, it's just got that resonance there. Clearing the mud. And these two here, I probably added them later in the mix because I just found them the sound a bit too boxy, perhaps. I think that's why I've done that. So yeah, that's just taking out all that harsh stuff I don't like. And I know it can seem extreme, but it just works for me, I think. Cleans it all up. What's this one doing? This is probably taming some pick attack, maybe. It's just the old school C6 trick of multi-band compressing the palm mutes, but I'm using a dynamic EQ instead to do it. And I don't like to be too extreme. It's just a few dB. It's nice to have a little bit of sort of cab weight coming through, but it's just keeping it in check so it doesn't jump out of the speakers too much. These ones I would have just added later on in the mix. It's just to sort of sculpt it into the mix, I think. Just getting rid of that honkiness and that boxiness there. Okay, so I've taken out all this harshness, and obviously it sounds like it's lost its bite, but it sounds smoother. So I go to the clariphonic to add back in some brightness. So it's going to get its bite, but just sort of in a smoother way, if that makes sense. So let's do it in the mix. Bring this down. So it's kind of adding what I was taking away, but in more of a broad stroke. It's getting rid of the nasty whistles and resonances I don't like, but then boosting the brightness back up because it felt a bit too dark otherwise. Just old school Paul Tech trick. Boosting, attenuating the same frequency, kind of sculpts the low end. I mean, let's exaggerate that so we can hear it. And then boosting 16K just to give it some brightness. It's a little bit over the top, 16K, I know, but it's kind of like, it's doing like a shelf of it almost. And then, in a similar principle to what I'm doing on the mix bus with the Neve, this is just stereo imaging, just adding some width to it. But it's also this shred control seems to just tame the harshness again. Don't really know what it's doing, but I like it, so I just have a little bit of it, just smoothes it a little bit. And just adding a little bit of kind of stereo width. So adding this brightness is kind of giving me the level I need as well, so I can bring that back down, I think. Then we can bring in the other guitars. Buzz, and yeah, I thought that sounded boxy. Oh. Sounds thinner, but once you bring everything together, I think it just seems to work in the context of the mix. Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of looking at it as the Cortex ones are the main guitars, and these are just sort of extra layers, so it doesn't matter. I don't mind if I EQ them even more so if I wanted to kind of go to town with it sometimes. So just sort of filling in the gaps. I think that's pretty much it on the guitars. I mean, I've got this rear bus thing here, which is an Andy Sheps, I think his name is Sheps technique. It's essentially just it's the same deal, really. It's just going to with some automation, just doing that really, but for a chorus. But it's just my guitar group being sent to that bus. It's being compressed so that all the power mutes are kind of in check. I'm literally using it, I think. Let's have a look. Robust. Yeah, I'm just using it for this section and towards the end a little bit. So it's just to give the song hopefully a little bit of a, so it's not all flat. It's just gives it that little element of things are building up slightly. So when this chorus kicks in, it's just got a little jump, but it's very subtle, but it all starts to add up. You can see like the power mutes are kind of being compressed by it. Just making it louder, really. So I use it as a way of automating it, but just clean automation almost. Yeah, so that's pretty much the bass and the guitars, what I've done to them. I'd probably start finishing the rest of my mix bus stuff then, I think.
Awesome.
I mean, I should start doing the synths. Ideal world, I'd do the synths and cleans and things like that. But I think after working on things, normally I kind of succumb to just adding stuff to the mix bus to make it sound bigger, or try to.
Okay.
Which is quite subtle. It's mainly just making things brighter and width. Section. So yeah, kind of the opposite of what we were doing with the overheads and everything. Everything above 400 hertz, I'm boosting. So I'm doing it a little bit with the Neve. I'm doing it a little bit with the what is it called, the spread shred or something on the guitar group, and a little bit on the mix bus. So it's just boosting, the guitars, the overheads a little bit, just giving it a little push. It sounds nice when you boost it up this much, but again, just a little bit. That's all that's doing, and then add some distortion to the mix bus, because why not? Let's put that over there. This is pretty much just a preset. I use the mix bus one preset. I'll turn the high end, the air mount down a little bit. Crank the pentode, try it up a little bit, and bring the output down so that it's kind of roughly in unison, maybe slightly louder. Again, just adding a little bit. If we turn like these two on and off, it does start to add up. Clariphonic, probably just for the top end on the silk, yeah.
Joe Vitor's wondering, what is the black box simulating?
It's just distortion, I think. It's just pentode and triode distortion, saturation. Okay. I think it's emulated over. There's a real rack unit that looks just like that, which I'd love to try. But they're probably like $5,000 or something silly. but it's just adding a bit of saturation. And I've noticed I've got two of the same plugin, so we'll turn that one off. That was an accident. And then I think I've got a little bit of the VSM. This is kind of going to be doing a similar thing to the black box. So where's what I'm doing now? Okay, so I'm just using this section of it, so it's just affecting the low mids, distorting them just in the center, because I've got it set to affect just the mono, the mid side, sorry. Just the mids, the center channel. I just blend it in. It's just trying to give the snare a bit more welly in the low mids. Very subtle. I sometimes use this side of it, again, like I'm doing with the Neve and the Saturator V2, doing exactly the same thing for the high mids. But I didn't need to do it, so you can see that's off there. But yeah, I'm not using it on this mix, but sometimes that's quite a handy little thing. But if we bypass that along with the True Iron, you can see what it's doing. I'm going to bring the limiter down there because that's hitting into it way too much. So I don't know if you need to adjust anything your end. So yeah, it's making it louder by making it brighter more than anything, and adding a bit of width. So I know it's kind of a bit silly to be kind of focusing on, it's mastering essentially, but I do tend to go to that straight away just to make it sound exciting, kind of when I'm halfway through the mix. So, any questions about that side of things?
Let's see here. What are your thoughts on tape and console emulations as saturators?
Yeah, they can be great. I used to use them. I've used them on previous albums, like Altered State. I think I used the was it the VCC? Is it the Slate console ones? I can't remember what they're called now. I just stopped using them because it was just kind of too much to sort of. There's just another bunch of plugins everywhere. It was just felt like too much. Hence why I quite like using this True Iron transformer emulator. It's emulating transformers. I prefer this because I can just chuck this on the mix bus. It's quite nice putting it on a drum bus and guitar bus. Yeah, I find this does a similar job, but it's just a quick way of doing it for me personally. But yeah, the console emulation is great by Slate, for example, and the tape stuff, but I've just kind of stopped using them recently.
In general, when you're mastering your own mixes, it's like it is now right there in the same session. Like it's by the time you're done with the mix, it's already mastered.
Yeah, unless it's a final, if it's something for an album, then try and be a bit more disciplined with it and export it to a separate session and deal with it separately, ideally.
It just depends on the situation.
Yeah, but if I'm writing or if it's just for like, a lockdown YouTube video, I'd keep it in the same session. Yeah. It works.
Makes sense.
Fine.
Yeah. Teen is wondering, how do you discover the mid-side stuff for the mix bus?
How did I discover it?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he means because
you mean this?
what I wonder, I don't know if he means how did you hear about it or like how did you figure out how to make it work? That's what I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I've been doing it for ages, so I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure about that one.
Adam's wondering, how did you freeze your right 3 channels in Cubase? That seems handy.
Say that again. Freeze.
The right 3 channels in Cubase, I guess.
Oh, so that they're pinned to the right all the time.
Yeah.
I think is it called zones? So it's this little thing here. Yeah, zones. You just select, so you've got visibility, zones, history, and you just move it to the right. There. But yeah, I always have my my master buses over there. It's very handy.
So Yatin clarified his question. He was wondering how you figured it out, the mid-side stuff.
It was a long time ago. It was like 10 years ago. I don't know. I probably just heard mid-side being talked about. Like I used to go to Metropolis Studios in London quite a lot for our first album because we recorded drums there. Amos, our bass player, used to work there, and we mastered our album there as well. Actually, the first album. So I probably just had it being talked about, and I was probably just trying out this plugin one day 10 years ago and went, oh, let's just try and boost that. It's probably just pure experimentation, I guess. I don't know. So, yeah.
I mean, isn't that how most people figure things out? Is they hear about it. Yeah, they hear about it and then try it and mess things up and then eventually don't mess things up.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Yeah, definitely. It's a lot. I think that's how I've learned a lot of my stuff is just through 15 years of trial and error. Just trying different things out, playing with things and just seeing how it works, for sure.
Yeah. I don't honestly feel like there's any great secret to it other than actually just trying things.
Yeah, and that's kind of the fun bit, because sometimes you'll stumble across a nice little, ooh, what was that? So yeah, it can pay off.
Yeah. Question from Leo Gigarelli is, I think that's how you pronounce his name. I don't know. Why do you use Soothe rather than, why did you not use Soothe on all those cuts?
On the guitars?
Yeah.
I sometimes do use Soothe, yeah, on the guitars. Sometimes I use a bit of both. Like I'll get rid of the most annoying ones on the guitars, and then I'll use Soothe to do the rest, I guess. But I don't know. Maybe it's just preference. I'm not really sure why I kind of mix and match that way. It maybe just feels like doing it manually. Just feels a bit more like I'm actually mixing it instead of just letting Soothe do all the work, which does feel like a bit of a cheating plugin sometimes. But
yeah, Soothe is a plugin that I feel like lets people feel like they're getting better than they actually are. However, it does have some legitimately good uses, and everyone uses it. So so great mixers use it, but like I feel like if people are still kind of the beginner stage or whatnot, you should probably just use EQ so they learn how to EQ things.
Just use a dynamic EQ, because before Soothe came out, I was using dynamic EQ to do a similar job. But I only have one band on the plugin. Yeah, I think trying to do a mix of both, Soothe and manual EQ, could be cool. I mean, I like to use it a lot on vocals, and Dan doesn't like it because he likes that kind of harsh part of his voice to cut through. So we usually have to find a middle ground of in between the two. So yeah.
David Brower is wondering, do you have to change how you think about mixing once you engage the mastering chain halfway through?
No, I mean, sometimes when I start, probably when I enable it, I'll probably have to then go through and tweak. I'll probably have to tweak the levels of the bass and guitar a little bit. Yeah, it's just a matter of, I'm always kind of tweaking the levels very slightly, balancing things.
It's not like rethinking it, completely.
No, hopefully not. No, I mean, it might be a case where I've enabled these things because it's generally making things sound brighter, more in your face. That's the idea, hopefully. And then something might poke out of the guitars. So like a lot of these cuts I've done on the guitars, half of these wouldn't have been there until I've sort of applied these, and then I've gone, oh yeah, I don't like that. No, I would have gone in and cut them out. So it's a very sort of scattered approach, which might be a bit strange, but it seems to work for me, bouncing between the two.
I actually am appreciating your approach because it makes sense as a whole, rather than, because nobody actually mixes like all the drums and then all of the guitars and then all of the bass. Like everybody actually jumps around in real life.
Sure. Otherwise, they're just going to sound detached from each other, most likely.
Yeah, exactly. It's interesting because when you're doing an online thing like this, it's important to give people some sense of order so that they can follow along and not get lost. But at the same time, in reality, when people are actually mixing, they're jumping around the whole time.
Yeah, definitely. For sure.
So last question, and we'll take a break, come back and go on to the next thing. But Vasilis is wondering, do you mix with the mastering in mind so that things don't get too harsh or too boomy when you turn the mix bus chain on?
I guess. I mean, all those kind of low end cuts I've done beforehand, so it's not going to be too boomy. The low end cuts I did on the guitars. It's literally all that stuff on the mix bus is doing is just making it sound brighter and hopefully more exciting and a little bit wider. Generally, it should work, hopefully, whenever I use it. The only thing I have to bear in mind is the level will start to creep up. It's obviously kind of essentially mastering it. So it's just keeping a check of, how the master bus compressor is being hit, keeping an eye on that. Just keeping an eye on the levels. I will also mention I do tend to use that. Like, I'd also start chucking on my master compressor. I'm not using it today because I had problems with it yesterday. It was glitching out and screwing up the mix. But this is what I'd usually use for my master level to bring it up to, minus 11 RMS or whatever. But for the stream, just using the FabFilter limiter for now.
Awesome.
But yeah.
All right, let's take a 15-minute break. What do you want to get into when we get back?
I've noticed there's. I've missed out that rim channel. We'll quickly go over that. We'll get the toms out of the way because I'm not happy with these toms. But we'll go over what I've done on them anyway. And then I guess it's a matter of just bringing in the clean guitars and sort of like the sound design stuff, the synths and the samples.
Cool. And so I guess we'll do we'll announce the winners of the mix poll next segment as well.
Okay.
So, all right, we'll see everybody in 15 minutes.
Here to tell you about URM Enhanced, our premium membership tier. Think of it like the Netflix of audio education. As a member of URM Enhanced, not only do you get access to that month's featured Nail the Mix, but you will also have access to the entire Fast Track library, one-on-ones, and mix rescues. It's well over 500 hours of content. Yeah, you heard me right. You get all that, plus it includes everything that comes with your monthly Nail the Mix subscription. Fast Tracks. The Fast Track library is the core of Enhanced. Dozens of extremely detailed, comprehensive courses on the most important aspects of mixing and production that we don't cover in detail on Nail the Mix. As just a few examples, mixing real drums with Chris Crummett, advanced Cubase with Dave Otero, recording metal guitars with John Brown, and vocal production with Eric Ron. That's well over 100 hours of content alone, with a new Fast Track added every month. Mix Rescue. Mix Rescue is a show where we select one of your mixes, rework it from the ground up, and give you access to the multi-track so you can follow along. A lot of our Enhanced subscribers say this is our most valuable content, and I can see why. It shows you what the pros would do if they were in your shoes working from the same real-world sessions as you are. There are 45 Mix Rescues today and a new episode added every month. One-on-ones. Enhanced members can book calls with our admins to ask anything and everything about producing, mixing, career advice, you name it. Short of being an intern at a top-level studio, there is literally no other way to get this kind of personalized feedback at this level. If that all sounds great to you and you want to check out URM Enhanced, I would suggest that you take advantage of our current offer to upgrade for as low as $1. We'll see you soon. Hey guys, welcome to this Mix Lab. This Mix Lab, I wanted to do something really fun. Nick and I are in Atlanta at a cool studio, and I thought of this concept, so cameras started rolling. If you ever watch a Tone Crit Tuesday, which is our companion show to Tone Throne, which is a monthly engineering competition where we give you guys DIs and you guys essentially create tones from the raw source. If you ever watch one of my walkthroughs, I always use like Mercurial, Neural, Amplitude, Two Notes, Torpedo, Wall of Sound, those type of plugins because they allow me to move the microphone placement within the plugin of the IR section or the cabinet section. This is incredibly helpful from an engineering standpoint because when you have a static IR, That's it. You can't do anything with that. And it doesn't really, in my opinion, emulate a real world scenario. So I have this cab right here for demonstration on what I'm talking about. When you have a static IR, you're fixed on a position of whatever that IR was captured at, and you can't alter that or change it. Now, the dynamic IRs that I'm talking about in the impulse responses, I'm able to move these in different directions in real time and change all the curvature that the plugin allows me to do. But this gives me so many tonal variances, and it really plays to the strength of engineering skill. And the reason you want something like that in the box is because imagine being by yourself. Let's like eliminate having a runner or intern. You're in the studio by yourself. Imagine coming out here, listening on headphones, being like, I think that's okay, but let me move it this way. Let me move it that way. You're in the room with the amp. So your headphones are not giving you a true representation of what you're actually capturing. So you still have to run to the studio, press record, come back out, listen to that, go back in, and there's a lot of, you're wasting time. Like, it's important to get the right tone at the source, but how much time are you wasting from the back and the forth? Having someone else move the microphone for you, you come back in, you're moving the mic. To eliminate all that, I really wanted to create this mix lab to show you guys how in 2021 you have tools at your disposal to help you get those results much faster without the back and forth that's not really needed anymore. So let's go check out some stuff I got going on. All right, so now I'm in the control room at this wonderful studio in Atlanta, and I'm going to walk you guys through exactly what I was talking about out in the live room here in the box. So we're going to go into Pro Tools first, and this track in front of me, if you guys are wondering where you can get your hands on it afterwards, it is part of April's Tone Throne. So if you hear these tracks and you like them and want to give it your own shot, you can go to the Private Producers Club Facebook group and download them yourself and play with them and do whatever you'd like. Now, what we have here are just the 2 rhythm guitars for this example. And on the first rhythm guitar, I want to go and touch on what we were discussing earlier about moving mics within the DAW. And as you can see in front of me, I have this Neural DSP plugin, the Nolly Archetype. And what it allows me to do, if we look at the right-hand side of the screen of the cab section, is I'm able to move the microphone in the box and actually engineer the tones. And this is extremely powerful because sometimes what will happen in a track is the chorus might need need more presence because it's going up against like orchestration or synths and things of that nature. So you might want to get the mic cab closer so you can get that tone a little bit more crisp in the mix. So you move the microphone. Now imagine tracking one way and then going back and going into the room, troubleshooting to get that sound, and then coming back in and then record. Imagine how many back and forths you're doing. Me describing it, I'm already exhausted. What this plugin allows me to do, and again, like Mercurial, any dynamic IR cabinet selector will allow you to move this microphone in real time in the box, so you have an abundance of control over your tone. Now I'm going to turn this side off, and this is going to be the right side of this track. Now or the left side, sorry. On the right-hand side, I have the second guitar, and what I'm doing is I'm sending the audio out to this EVH over here that's going into the live room. So in the live room, I have a Dynamount set up, and what the Dynamount allows me to do, it's a robotic machine that's controlled via Wi-Fi or LAN. And let's say this is my 0 position on my microphone. The Dynamount remotely from the control room or an app or a second laptop, wherever I'm at, allows me to move the microphone in real time to any position that I want it to be in within the axis that it allows. This one is a 360 degree 4-axis Dynamount, so I have a lot of versatility. I know I'm moving my hand back and forth, but just imagine being able to, with the click of a mouse, which you're going to see in a second, move that back and forth, and you can see how that is just as powerful as what I was doing in the Neural plugin. And you know, Mercurial, Amplitude, 2 Notes, Wall of Sound, those all have that feature in there too. You can literally grab the mic on the screen and move it around. Dynamount allows me to do that in real time without having to be in the room. So I'm not at the mercy of an intern or someone else working with me, or again, me going back and forth, which is a huge time saver. And it's all about speed and efficiency in audio. So here's the Dynamount app. And as you can see, I can grab the microphone and move it where I want and move it to wherever I want it, or I can just click these arrows that allow me to move it back and forth, and then I can change the offset of the microphone as well. And I can move it wherever I see fit in real time, which is crazy. And the awesome part about this too is, let's say you're doing pre-pro for a band and you're trying to figure out, like, you guys know you're going to use 57s, you know what cab you're going to use, you know what head you're going to use. You're not 100% sure on the mic placement just yet, but you want to have a starting point. You can literally just drag the microphone wherever you want, or find, you know, during the pre-production phase that you like, do the off axis, and then with the click of a button, you can hit save pre-pro sound. And now you have your pre-pro sound you can recall within the Dynamount system, which is exactly like one of those plugins would do. You can have that point of reference and always go back to it. So if you have a mic placement that is the sound, the rhythm guitar sound of the record, the recallability is just insane and super exciting. For myself, I didn't know this existed until I started interning with Bo, and we were working on our guitar record, and I was moving the microphone, and then he got a Dynamount, and I was like, what the heck is this thing? And we plugged it in, and I saw it, and I was like, cool, well, my role is obsolete. But the cool part about it was I could be in the room with him and hear in real time what he was hearing, and my ear got better from watching that experience from someone with that type of experience, dialing guitar tones and what they're looking for. So huge advantage to just being able to sit in the same room with your speakers where you're comfortable and have a point of reference. All right, so in real time, we're gonna take a listen to what the Dynamount is doing, just so you guys can hear the extremes that I'm able to achieve remotely in the control room. So let's go to the Dynamount app again, and I'm going to press play and then just click all over this screen so you guys can hear the difference in real time. All right, so in real time, you guys heard it go from all the XY positions and how drastic it changed, but that's all within your control. Anywhere within that box, you guys can move the microphone in real time, and the amount of life saving we're about to do right now is gonna be awesome. So let's get into it. All right, so I'm gonna play the neural tone that I have already created, and then I'm going to do my best to match outside that tone with the Dynamount in here and see how close we can get, and then play within the track. So it's a little crunchy, a little forward. Now let's bring in the second guitar, and I'll start dialing it in. All right, so what I'm hearing is I need a little bit more saturation in the mids from the amp, so I'm gonna go real fast to the amp and make that adjustment real quick. Cool, so I'm pretty stoked with where we ended up. If we go back to the Dynamount amp, you can see I am a little off axis, a little close to the grill. I'm gonna save this as Mixlab Mic, because I have in creative names. And I'm actually gonna bring in all the instruments real fast, and we'll see how that sounds. So let's take a quick listen real fast to both guitars. So the cool part about doing it this route also is that when you use two different, you can use the same amp, but if you change the microphone and cabinet placement, you get more width. So I'm using a neural plugin on one side and I'm using a Dynamount with an actual amp on the other. Naturally, the stereo image is going to be wider because it's not the same characteristic of saturation. They sound pretty close in my opinion, but the width, because they're not the same exact plugin, is going to be even greater. And the cool part about this too is if you have heard about the Cortex also allows you to move the microphone in real time within its control surface. And if you make tones in the studio, the cool part is you can go and do that live. And live, you're at an advantage because maybe you need more presence or forward mids in your cabinet selection that you're sending to the front of the house. You can do that within the Cortex as well, which is a great advantage in and out of the box itself. So yeah, hopefully you guys found this helpful. Experiment, with those type of plugins if you guys can't afford a Dynamount or to get your hands on a Cortex, but definitely try to utilize dynamic IR cabinet responses because those things are just incredible and you can just open up your engineering and mixing capabilities by using those guys. Thanks for watching.
You ready?
Yeah,
Let's do it.
all right.
Oh, did you need help?
Welcome back to July 2021. Nail the Mix with Echo Candy and Tesseract. Echo, how are you doing? Hanging in?
Yeah, I'm good. Getting there.
Getting there. Awesome. All right. Well, let's keep going.
Let's yeah, I missed out this room mic, this mono one, so let's just quickly do that. It's doing a similar job as oops. As these 3 room mics here, but it's just a mono one. It's gonna have just a snare in it, I think. So I forgot about it earlier. I think I'm distorting this one. Yeah, fair enough. Darkening the tone of it because I don't want the kind of rattle of the snare wires coming through, so I've kind of brought the high cut down and the tone of it down. I could probably crank that drive even more if I want to. Like there's some albums I've done where I've really cranked the distortion on some of the tracks, but I'll just keep it where it was for now, and then probably crushing it to hell. Anyway, yeah, that's just one of the ones I forgot about. Just a little thing. Let's do the toms. I'm not happy with the tom sound on this one, but we'll go for what I've done anyway. Listen, I usually start with the floor tom because that's the nice sounding one. It's always beefy and low. Actually, what we'll do is we'll loop a tom part. This is how I usually mix my drums. actually try and get a lot of the tone from the room mics actually for the toms. Be solo close. A second. I'm going to keep looping this and it's going to sound really annoying, but this is how I do it. It's got like a fundamental honky thing going on there, which I don't like, so I'll get rid of that. Kind of similar way to how I treat the bass guitar almost, just getting rid of the too much resonance. Scooping it. I usually always do that like we do with even, overheads and toms, to scoop out the 400s area. And like the kick drum and the snare, it's just got a bit of a kind of harsh thing going on. I think that's cleaner. And then I've probably used this to sort of, like we did with the kick drum, just try and boost the sort of, the thud of it, the low end sub of it, which I can sometimes go a little bit over the top with it. Yeah, just a little bit. I've never actually used a spaceman toms before. It kind of works. Sometimes I use this as well. Looks like I've used both, but just the max bass low end harmonic generator, I guess you could call it. Just a little bit of that. And it sounds counterintuitive. I'm then compressing that low end with the C6, but it's probably because it was farting out my monitors when you really crank it. So it's just to try and control the low end a little bit. But it is letting, about 60 milliseconds of attack through. So it's still got a little bit, keeping it in check slightly. Sort of ducking everything below 60 hertz and also sort of vary by itself as well. Compress it. I think I even just used the Thomas preset on waves and just tweak the threshold, so it's probably hitting it a bit too much actually. Oh yeah, and the bass and presence shift, I've got like this that on toms. It's just kind of colouring the sound really, the low end and the top end. It is ringing out a lot. I remember somebody else mentioned we could use the envelope release. So we could, and if I wanted to make it less farty. Could do that, but that's also going to make the room sound of the floor tom be shortened. So I should probably just use a gate if I was going to do something like that. But I haven't used it in this mix, so I won't go there just now. Let's bring the room mics in as well so you can hear it with the room mics. Yeah, the room mics add a lot to it. And then it's a similar principle. For Tom 4 really. I would have just gone through and done the same thing, cut them out. Oops. It looks like I've carved more out, but the usual, I probably literally copied it over because that looks like it's in the same area, but then tweak this just for the tom, obviously. Oops. And yeah, it's just resonance, low end resonance, like we did with the other tom. Just cutting that out, and I've applied same kind of thing. I've just changed the frequency up to that slightly. Instead of 90 hertz, it's 100. Small little low end boost there again, less of it, but a little bit. And tom 2 and tom 1, just probably pretty simple. There's a few there. I mean, they don't cut through the mix as well when you start cutting out all this, but I just like it shaped like that personally, but might be a little bit too drastic. I think it's fine in the mix. And this compression and stuff will be pretty much the same as these channels. And tom 1. But a lot of that comes from the room mic because I like the tone of it. Any questions about that?
Let's see here. Those sound great, by the way. Joe Vitor actually says, "Why didn't you enjoy these toms? They sound cool."
They sound cool. It's when I like to check the low end on my mixes by really cranking my monitors for a little while. On some mixes, I can really crank it, and the low end won't fart out the go ridiculously high. Either the kick drum will fart it out, or my low toms. Sometimes I'll get a mix right, and it just doesn't fart them out. It'll be to do with the sustain of it. I should put a gate on there so it's not going for so long. Gate at to bring the release down. So with this one, it was just I felt like when I cranked it, it was kind of starting to fart out the speakers a little bit too soon. And it's just a way I can tell that if I was to listen to it in a car and crank it a little bit in a car, if you had lots of ambient noise, it's probably going to start to fart speakers out a little bit too soon. So, yeah.
And then in Superior Drummer, you took out the third tom. Any reason you took it out instead of the first tom?
Just personal choice, but also Jay, our drummer, he uses 4 toms, and he always has issues with ones at this kind of. He always has issues with ones around this kind of size. He always prefers to use a higher one, as do I. We have like an 18-inch floor tom, it's a really low one. 16. I think it's usually a 12. Yeah, 12. So I just prefer the sound of really high ones, then really low ones, and mix out the mid. I've done that with real drums, or his drums. They've always just been a bit, a bit rubbish sounding. So yeah.
Mm-hmm. All right. The toms are panned quite narrowly. Is that because you're trying to mirror the overheads?
Yeah, pretty much. You don't hear if you're at a gig, you don't, or even in front of a drum kit, you don't hear the floor tom there. Keep it relatively central-ish.
Cool.
Oh,
All right. Let's keep going.
Right, we'll start bringing in the clean guitars, I guess. Layers. I don't think I've done much of this, I don't think. I think they might have been treated already, these ones. So they might already have soothe on it, potentially. That's fine. But let's just go through it like one by one this way. So these two are actually from the demo of Juno and its stuff, because this section was written by Moss. I think it's his demo guitars, but it's like the sound of them, so we kind of left them in there. Yeah, because of monoed, not completely monoed, but because so much of the drum information is monoed, as soon as you start adding in these synth layers and clean layers, it them room sit on the left and right, which is part of the reason why I've monoed so much of the low end. Very demo-y sounding guitars, but I just left it in as reinforcement. They were quite low in the mix. It's already got soothe on because a lot of my clean tones will have loads of harsh spikes on it, like the guitars. So I'd usually put soothe on, but they've already got it applied, I think. Yeah. I tend to have my low, it's the same philosophy as like having the low, let's ignore that one for now, but like the low guitar clean parts. The lower octave ones will be pan center, and I'll have the higher octave ones pan to the side. And again, trying to keep the low end stuff in the center and the high end stuff at the top. That's the kind of thought process there. Another clean guitar. So these are all different pickups, different octaves. I think the last couple would have been like, that's the bridge pickup. That was probably neck pickup. This one will be a piezo, so it's more acoustic guitar sounding. This one's got the soothe on it here. Again, just lots of boxiness and muddiness control. These are the really high ones, which are pan left and right. More hard panned, bit of soothe. think that's the clean guitars. Let's do let's do the lead guitars. There's probably tons of mistakes on them because I'm not a lead player. Let's have a listen. There's actually quite a lot of weird crackling on the sides. Don't know if this will clean it up or not. Nope, never mind. And yeah, similar approach to the cleans. It's just trying to get rid of some boxiness. Sometimes with the leads I cut out more of the harshness, but I didn't seem to do it in this instance. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty easy with the clean guitars. I don't know if there's any questions about that before I move on to the synths.
Let us see here. Could you go a little bit into how you made the clean tones?
How I made them? The original stuff, old Tesseract clean sound would have been, the Milton cleans. Would have been the Line 6 Pod stuff, the Pod Pro patch I had on there decades ago. I think these are all Kemper patches. I think that one I've probably copied. I would have profiled a patch off my Line 6 Helix, which had a nice kind of sparkly, clean sound. With the cab sim off, a big part of it was turning the cab sim off with my clean sound so you get the sparkly, glassy top end. Yeah, I did profile it off the Helix, but that was years ago, and I've since lost that patch, unfortunately. So I've only got it on my Kemper now. But yeah, the biggest thing I think it's probably like a Fender style, like a Fender Twin maybe amp, just with the cab sim off and a very low gain, so it doesn't get crunchy on the top end. Probably a little bit of compression before it hits the amp, and just lots of delay and reverb. So yeah.
Great. And that's pretty much all the questions about the cleans for now.
Mm-hmm.
So
I'll do the
that's
synths.
it. Yeah, let's move on to synths.
I mean, like I was mentioning to you earlier, AL, a lot of these synths, or the sound design rather, it was done by Aidan. So there's not much I'm doing in here except for just literally bringing it up level wise, maybe panning it slightly, perhaps a little bit of EQ correction.
That's okay. I think one thing that would be cool to discuss would be how you are setting the levels on this stuff and what the balances are that you're looking for.
It's kind of down to
why
choice, isn't it? Yeah,
yep.
I'm trying to at least in this song, it's supposed to be more of they're prominent, but I don't want them to take over. They're kind of meant as support along with the guitars, the clean guitars. It's just blending it into taste. So yeah, let's do this section first. Do this bit here. Quite a low endy one. I mean, synths with low end, I don't want it to invade the bass guitar too much, so I should really have brought them in a little bit. This is playing the same as the clean guitar, obviously. I mean, that's kind of almost like supporting the guitar, the clean guitar tone, that synth. And I think this one might do as well. Oh, no, not that one. Yeah, kind of. Fairly certain this piano will have EQ on it and has been panned already. See, that one I'm not sure about. I mean, it's kind of distracting, so that's probably why I kept it low in the mix, that one, because it's just like a hi-hat going around. Like, what's the point of that? But yeah, it's just literally putting it into taste. A lot of these were pre-EQ'd, but it would have been a similar deal of just trying to sculpt it into the mix. They would have had a lot more low end in them, so they've probably been quite heavily high-passed. So a lot of the 200 to 400 region cut out. Oops. Let's do these ones. What's going on here? Oh, these two are just a patch on my Kemper. It sounds like a synth, but I think it's just like a crystallizer and laser reverb, these ones. Sorry. That one there. Yeah, so it's just a crystallizer on the Kemper. And this is some weird stuff Ada made. Sounds cool. This is actually Aidan playing guitar, so it's like a demo guitar, and he sent it me with the intention of me redoing it as a lead guitar, but I thought, it sounds good as it is. But it's like the demoitis thing we were talking about in the Q&A, just kind of worked vibe-wise, even though it's a bit sketchy sounding. So yeah, I don't think they're too prominent in the mix, but they're just kind of, helping fill the mix out, kind of filling the gaps out a little bit. keeping that low in the background, that one, because it's just literally a little effect. What's this one? So it's gone into Shikari. Some weird dance stuff in the background. This is literally how I do my synth levels. If they've been done for me already and they're already EQ'd, it's literally just going through all of them and balancing them. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else to say about that sound design stuff, really. It's just they're pretty balanced, I think, relatively. So, yeah. Do you want me to move on to vocals?
I would say that we should do the winners of the mix competition, take a 15-minute break, come back, do vocals, and finish it up.
Sounds good.
Sounds good? Okay, cool. So let's announce some winners. So, first off, congrats to everyone who had the balls to submit. But specifically, in the top 20, got first place, mix number 1, Nicholas Quemtree. And Nicholas is walking away with a maple snare from Dial Tune, an LCT 440 Pro mic, and a match pair of LCT 140 Air mics from Lewitt Audio, Baby Audio's entire collection, an Arouser and Big Freak from Empirical Labs, Fredman Bass and Fredhead from Fredman Digital, Flatline, plus a library of choice from Submission Audio, 12 months of master, the Jens Bogren signature drum samples from Bogren Digital, a master from Buster at Otoholm Audio, 2 plugins of choice from JST, a Drum Forge drum sampler of choice, and a plugin of choice from the DF mixing bundle. And from us, your pick of one URM course between speed mixing, career builder, ultimate guitar production, or ultimate drum production. It's a lot of stuff. And second place, we've got mix number 19, Alexi Vilberg. And Alexi is walking with an LCT 240 Pro mic from Lewitt Audio, 2 plugins of choice from Baby Audio, your choice between either an Arouser or a Big Freak from Empirical Labs, Fredman Bass and Fredhead from Fredman Digital, Flatline from Submission Audio, 6 months of master, the Jens Bogren signature drum samples from Bogren Digital, 1 plugin of choice from JST, 1 plugin of choice from the DF mixing bundle from Drumforge, and in our secondary poll, each of the winners received 3 previous Nail the Mix sessions of their choosing. And in first place, we've got mix number 2, Kirill Arrowhead. And in second place, we've got mix number 533, Drew Gillette. So to recap, the top 20, first place with mix number 1, Nicholas Quemchi. Second place with mix number 19, Alexei Vilberg. And in the secondary poll, first place, we've got mix number 2, Kirill Arrowhead, and second place we've got mix number 533, Drew Gillette. So congrats everybody, and we will see you in 15 minutes to wrap this up. So think about whatever questions you have left for us. See you in 15.
Here to tell you about URM Enhanced, our premium membership tier. Think of it like the Netflix of audio education. As a member of URM Enhanced, not only do you get access to that month's featured Nail the Mix, but you will also have access to the entire Fast Track library, one-on-ones, and mix rescues. It's well over 500 hours of content. Yeah, you heard me right. You get all that, plus it includes everything that comes with your monthly Nail the Mix subscription. Fast Tracks. The Fast Track library is the core of Enhanced. Dozens of extremely detailed, comprehensive courses on the most important aspects of mixing and production that we don't cover in detail on Nail the Mix. As just a few examples, mixing real drums with Chris Crummett, advanced Cubase with Dave Otero, recording metal guitars with John Brown, and vocal production with Eric Ron. That's well over 100 hours of content alone, with a new Fast Track added every month. Mix Rescue. Mix Rescue is a show where we select one of your mixes, rework it from the ground up, and give you access to the multi-track so you can follow along. A lot of our Enhanced subscribers say this is our most valuable content, and I can see why. It shows you what the pros would do if they were in your shoes working from the same real-world sessions as you are. There are 45 Mix Rescues today and a new episode added every month. One-on-ones. Enhanced members can book calls with our admins to ask anything and everything about producing, mixing, career advice, you name it. Short of being an intern at a top-level studio, there is literally no other way to get this kind of personalized feedback at this level. If that all sounds great to you and you want to check out URM Enhanced, I would suggest that you take advantage of our current offer to upgrade for as low as $1. We'll see you soon.
Three wishes.
Who are you?
I'm the Jinn Man. Obviously, you rubbed a lamp in a smoke. I appeared. 2 wishes.
But it's a teapot, not a lamp.
And I'm not here for your amusement. 1 wish.
I want to record the best bass library in the world.
That's lame. Whatever. It's your wish. Hey mate, you done with that bass yet? Some guy in the UK wants it back.
The TF range is designed to be no compromise, very, very low noise, very broad bandwidth, very clean, and musical. I'm delighted that the first mic to come out is the TF5, which is a fundamental part of any engineer's toolkit. These are special microphones, very high quality, and I'm proud to be part of them. Take them out of the box, stick 2 of them on a stand with a stereo bar, and enjoy how natural they sound.
Are you enjoying today's Nail the Mix? There's been a bunch of great knowledge bombs dropped already. A great place to talk about today's Nail the Mix is in the URM Private Producers Club Facebook group. But did you know, URM Academy has a Discord exclusive to URM subscribers. If the URM Private Producers Club is the party, think of the URM Discord as the after party. Keep the conversation going with your peers and also join in on the URM LAN party game nights. Don't worry, AL's already in bed. Let the raging begin. Look for the Discord link in the comment section if you're watching live, or hit up URM support for a link to the URM Discord. All right, that's enough for me. See you there. You're not going to believe this. URM is partnering with some sponsors to offer exclusive discounts to URM students. URM students can get discounts from companies like Dial-Tune, Sonics, Jay-Z Microphones, Submission Audio, Kush Audio, Acústica Audio, Baby Audio, Old at Home Audio, Joey Sturgis Tones, Drumforge, TuneCore, and Bogren Digital. To get more information on how you can redeem these discounts, head over to the URM plugin deals page and look under the topic URM benefits. See you there. Hey everyone, John Marcel here, and I wanted to take a quick moment to talk to you about Collab Smash, URM Academy's songwriting competition held in the URM Private Producers Club Facebook group, a private Facebook group that comes with your subscription to nail the mix. Teams of 2 to 6 subscribers come together to create an original track based on an artist's style, such as Pantera, Deftones, Meshuggah, Rammstein, and many, many more. At submission close date, we will pick the top submissions and generate a poll where the community votes on who won that month's Collab Smash. And each member of the winning team walks away with prizes from companies like Neural DSP, Room Sound, Oak Sound, Empirical Labs, and many, many more. To join in on the fun, go to the URM Private Producers Club Facebook group and under topics find the current month's Collab Smash. In the comment section, reply what you can contribute to a team to find other subscribers looking to join in. It's that simple. Can't wait to hear your team's track. See you soon.
What's up, guys? I'm Carson Slovak.
And I'm Grant McFarland.
And today we're going to talk about Dial-Tune drums.
I came into the studio and I asked myself that question. In fact, I asked Grant that question. What is it? What is Dial-Tune? He, within 30 seconds, showed me what it is by taking the head off and putting on a brand new head, tightening the tension, raising the pitch, and all of a sudden we were at recording speed. So I usually tune my snare drums snare side to about 270 pitch, and I got it there within 45 seconds. I didn't have to go around the drum. I could just twist this knob.
We're in a recording session. We don't want to take unnecessary time to do stuff that's going to ruin the flow and ruin our momentum while we're trying to be creative and get good takes and everything. So this is just another one of those time-saving tools that really allows us to do our job.
I was skeptical about the sound of Dial-Tune. Anything with technology, when it's matched up with drums, you're going to compromise what actually matters, which is how does the drum sound.
Really, with all this tech set aside, The cool thing about this drum ultimately is that it's just a really well-built drum, and it sounds great.
It's a little bit bulkier than other snare drums because of all the technology. So I was a little concerned about that because as I'm playing drums, I don't want to have to give up where my double bass pedals are, you know. Your snare drum's the epicenter of your playing, so it's really important that this space works, you're making the most of it. I wasn't bothered by the size of it. So if you're looking for a drum that is going to function well and that it provides you a smooth experience changing drum heads and just keeping a consistent pitch, and you're looking for a quality pro sounding snare drum, Dial Tune has it figured out. This is the 6.5 by 14 inch maple. I highly recommend it.
Hey everyone, John Marcel here, and I wanted to take a quick moment to talk to you about URM Octagon's Throwdown, a bonus mixing competition held in the URM Octagon, a private Facebook group that comes with your subscription to Nail the Mix. We pick a past Nail the Mix and give you a shot at mixing the track. And to make this fun for everyone, if you don't already have access to the current month's Throwdown session, URM Academy will gift you the session as a thank you for participating. At the submission close date, we pick the top submissions and generate a poll where the community votes on who won that month's Throwdown. And the winner walks away with bragging rights and prizes from companies like Joey Sturgis Tones, Drumforge, and many, many more. To join in on the fun, go to the URM Octagon Facebook group and under topics find the current month's Throwdown. Follow the directions in that month's video or post on how to participate and redeem your free copy of that month's featured Throwdown session. It's that simple. Now head over to the URM Octagon Facebook group and we'll see you soon.
What's the secret ingredient that turns a recording session into one of those magical moments? That, my friend, is you.
You and nobody else. We're not here to tell you what to play or how to sound. We just want you to show us all you've got. It better be awesome.
Music's a wonderful thing. It helps us to share our thoughts when words are no longer enough to express our emotions. Your feelings are worth sharing. Record them.
And you better shout them out. We didn't build the LCT 240 Pro to record at bedroom volumes, taking care not to wake your neighbors. Be proud, be loud.
Sometimes all the beauty lies in the quiet details. Use the Pro to record all those gentle melodies on your acoustic instruments or capture the most intimate vocal performances. In the end, creativity is all about what you make out of it. With the LCT 240 Pro, we provide you with a microphone that works on vocals, instruments, drums, and amps. Crystal clear at any volume. Record. Lewitt. Unaltered, authentic, memorable.
Hey everyone, what is up? This month on Mix Rescue, we're going to take a look at how I took a song that sounded like this and turned it into a song that sounds a little bit more like this. Curious about how we got to this end result, you can find this month's Mix Rescue under the Mix Rescue tab in your URM enhanced account. I'll see you there. Yes.
You ready?
Yeah, let's do it. All right.
Oh, did you need help?
Welcome back to the final segment of July 2021 Nail the Mix with Ackle Canny. How you doing, Ackle?
I'm good, man. Just the vocals left?
Yeah, let's do it.
Yep, all right. I can't remember what I did to the vocals, so this is going to be a surprise to me as well. Bypass everything. So we've got everything separated in terms of essentially loud vocals and quiet vocals, the chorus ones and the verse ones. Let's focus on the main ones for now.
I nosedive till the furnace, set fire to the stars at night.
So high pass it straight away. 100 hertz. Don't need anything below that for vocals. I think I'm dynamically cueing this area quite a lot because it just sounds. I don't know if it's his room maybe or something with the mic. It's just kind of a little bit muddy in that area.
I'm burning the wreckage of my.
Pretty fast attack on it. Medium release. Just so that it's. I don't want it to be cutting too much out. It's going to start to sound thin. So it's just kicking in occasionally.
I'm burning the wreckage of my life.
A little bit boxy. It's just don't like to cut too much around here, but trying to smooth it out a little bit.
I'm burning the wreckage.
I think that one's to try and there's a little bit of poppiness going on, so that's just to try and catch a little bit of that pop a little bit.
I'm burning.
Not doing a great job, but it's helping it a little bit. First compressor, 76. Usually always use a pretty quick attack and release on the first one.
I'm burning the wreckage of my life.
And you can see I'm using it just to keep the peaks just in check, and then he does the really high stuff. It's just trying to bring things down a little bit, control it a little bit. And then the second one's is probably doing the bulk of the work, the distressor, which I love this for vocals, particularly for the warmth control. It's kind of like a quick de-esser. So it just smooths all that, the sibilants, the S's, and you can see how much it's cutting there. And it's compress it as well. So I'm compressing everything above 120 hertz, quickest attack, quickest release. I think I'm using, kind of cranking the transformer level as well.
I'm burning the wreckage of my life. I nosedive till the furnace, set fire to till the furnace, till the furnace.
Keeping the sibilants in check, that one, but it's compressing quite hard. You just noticed that these levels are quite different from that section. So probably automate that. I think he's done that himself because he recorded this. Anyway, bit of soothe just to get rid of the kind of whistle stuff. Like, like I don't like in the guitars. Try not to use it too much because I know Dan doesn't like me using it too much, basically. just sometimes when it hits those high notes, it just sounds like a little whistle, and it's just trying to tame those slightly without cutting the aggression too much. And then Fresh Air, I think this came out when I started this mix, so it's just to brighten it up a little bit after. Sometimes the clariphonics quite nice. I sometimes use that on vocals, or the Slate Digital, called like a shimmer. There's some nice like, sort of bright EQs on the VMR stuff as well. Yeah, just a little bit of it, because you can go overboard with that stuff quite easily. And with a little bit of EQ. Yeah, I think I've done that just to get rid of some more of that poppiness that was happening, I think. Pretty much all I've got on that one. Let's do the verse one, which will be a very similar deal. They're probably very similar settings, just different threshold settings, I'd imagine. That's doing exactly the same thing.
No serenity and never compromise. There's no dignity as you fraternize with your delusions. So set me free. Take all you need, and don't be weakened to the illusion. No serenity, and never compromise. There's no dignity as you fraternize with your delusions. So set me free. Take all you need, and don't be waiting. Together we're jaded, and now we're there. All the silhouettes pass us by, the sound of streets and familiar cries will vanish into the illusion. No serenity and never compromise. There's no dignity as you fraternize with your delusions. So set me free. Take all you need, and don't be waiting.
I'm just tweaking that a little bit, still sound a little bit boxy. Let's do the Fresh Air again. And weirdly, I've added distortion to the soft part of the song, which is a bit backwards, but must have worked for some reason. Helps lift it a little bit. It's not much drive to it. Yeah, a little bit of low cut, a little bit of drive. That's all it's doing. And this is just essentially kind of doing, I guess it's like a chorus trick almost. It's just adding, making it kind of turning a mono signal into a stereo signal just to give it some width. But I try not to go too crazy with it. I at 50. That's probably the maximum I'd do it. And let's have a solo of that.
To the illusion, no serenity, and never compromise. There's no dignity as you fraternize with your delusions.
Send that to a bit of slap echo. Very quiet, because it can be a little bit too much for this kind of style of music.
To the illusion, no serenity, and never compromise.
to give it some more width once again. What's this one? I think this is probably some kind of small room reverb.
To the illusion, no serenity, and never compromise. This
Supposed to be sort of like a small room kind of reverb. Quite like this plugin. I use it quite a lot. I sometimes use it on snare drums as well. And a cool little trick sometimes to do before reverbs is to put a de-esser before it, because I don't like it when you get the kind of sibilance trailing off in the reverb. It just kind of sounds fake to me, I find. So sometimes, I haven't done it in this instance, but we can put it on just to tame the top end of the reverb.
to the illusion, no serenity, and never compromise. There's no dignity as you fraternize with your delusions. So set me free. Take all you need, and don't be waiting. Together we're jaded and to the illusion, no serenity.
Just some delay throws, good old Echo Boy. And I tend to always use the ambient, because it's called a style dual echo, and then just bring the low cut and the high cut up just to make it pretty, lo-fi sounding. Sorry, this one's on all the time. This is like a quick one, and I think the delay throws must be for the half notes. That's the exact same thing, except it's on a half note, and I've put a reverb after it, which I only do sometimes. So I'll experiment with it on this one. And the other big reverb one will be on the chorus ones, I guess.
I'm burning the wreckage of my life. I nosedive to the furnace. Said.
Yeah, this delay is going on all the time, I think, for the chorus vocals. Dotted, just because that works for the tempo of the chorus, I think. Yeah, same kind of lo-fi sound delay going into a reverb using Valhalla Shimmer, which is a great reverb. And then I'm compressing that, sidechain compressing it so that whenever the vocals are on, it's going to duck the reverb and delay, and when the vocals have stopped, the trails of the delay and the reverb will kind of slowly come up. That's the idea of it anyway. Cat's come to say hello. Hang on.
Into thin air, my body hits the floor. Into thin air, my body hits the floor. Slower than before.
God, there's delay everywhere. But yeah, I've got a sidechain going from the vocal into the compressor, which is after the delay, and the reverb, which just ducks it and keeps it nice and tidy, and raises it when the vocal isn't being sung. It. I mean, the other effects are just delay throws for certain words, like these ones here. Certain delay throws. Some automation for the reverbs. What's this one going on here? A little feedback throw. apart from that, it's just the BVs, and I think the BVs are from the album, so these will be already kind of treated slightly. So I think it was just a little bit of EQ and a little bit of compression. There's not much of them. Let's do this section.
The damage that's been done, paid
Yeah, it's brightening it up because it was a different mic because this would have been recorded, I don't know, 4 years ago. So brightening that up. I'm surprised I haven't cut more of the low end out. Oh yeah, I have there a little bit.
the fireflies above, the damage that's been done, paid
Distorted delay. But yeah, they're just there as support. What are these ones doing?
for the fireflies above gather. Oh, the damage that's been done, paid for. Oh, the fire.
A little bit of compression. I didn't need to do much because they were already EQ'd and compressed.
Oh, the fireflies above gather.
Pretty much it with the vocals. I mean, if it was a final album I was doing, Dan would come over and we'd go over things in much more detail, and we'd kind of automate levels of words, and there'll be loads more kind of delay throws and things. But yeah, that's pretty much it for that.
Nice. So what's left? Like, what would be the?
I think that's it. That's everything's in there. I mean, apart from that, I'd also, throughout all of this, I'd be checking the mix bus and the master bus. Hang on 1 second. I'm going to mute that delay for a second. Yeah, like the master bus compressor is now sort of eating into it a bit. Like the vocals are catching it a bit too much at the moment, so I'd probably bring that down a little bit, and then it'd just be a matter I'd whack this on and sort of start getting some sort of loudness out of it. I'm not going to use that today because it was glitching out on me, as I mentioned earlier. However, I will say the transient thing on this is quite cool, just for accenting the snare. You just put this up a little bit, and it's a nice way of bringing up the snap of the snare a little bit more, while also adding volume to the overall mix, the master. That's pretty much it, though. It'd just be tweaking little levels here and there, and overall volume and stuff.
Wonderful. Well, let's see if we have any questions, and we can wrap this up.
Okay.
See here. Cover stuff that you haven't already said. Okay, Yatin is wondering, any reason for putting the de-esser before the reverb as opposed to after?
It's so that high-end information doesn't go to the reverb, so that if you put it before, it's to kind of catch it. The reverb isn't going to react to it. It's to prevent it from that information going to it. So yeah, it's a pre-de-esser, essentially. If you put it after, it's that trail of sibilants and whistles and stuff is still going to be there. Putting it beforehand usually catches it, or helps catch it before it gets to the reverb.
Joe Vitor is wondering, can we see some of the automation
of the vocals?
Anything really?
I think I mean, these ones here are literally just delay throws. So let's set that.
Will vanish into the illusion. No surrender.
We want a delay throw somewhere. And there's the feedback one there. Let's look for some more drum ones in a second. Oh yeah, so there's the drum reverb run like we mentioned before. I've brought all the room mics down for the verse to try and give it more of a close sound. So the snare reverb, the 80s reverb, and all the room mics kind of dip down here. Delay. So yeah, it's just making that sound a little bit closer.
All right. Let's see here. How do you choose the tempos for your delays?
For the vocal delays, it'll either it's trick on this because the vibe of the song, the tempo of the song kind of changes. Usually a half note. The only reason it goes dotted here, I think, what does the tempo do? I think it's because the time signature changes. That's why it goes to dotted. But usually quarter note or half note is fine. If it's a slower song, I prefer like a quarter note. If it's a faster song, a half note might work better. Yeah, it's just a vibe thing, really. To be fair.
Okay. Is there any automation done on the master bus?
Sometimes, yeah. I haven't done it in this instance. I mean, that guitar volume thing, rear bus thing is kind of like that. But for songs like King, for example, I might start the song, for example, I'd automate this plugin, and I might have, say, my gain there at 5 dB, and then when it gets to maybe a second chorus, I'd have a quick lift up to 6 dB maybe, and then for the outro of the song, if it gets even bigger, give it another dB of gain. I think that's usually the only kind of automation I do. Master, maybe it can work sort of automating this stuff as well, the sides. So maybe just boost that just for the chorus, for example, or a certain heavy riff, just to give it the extra little push. I think that's the only stuff I'd really automate on the master, I think. So yeah.
Got it. All right, man. Well, I think this is a good place to end it. I want to thank you for doing this. It's been awesome.
Yeah, man.
Appreciate it.
Cool.
Yeah.
I hope it's a very scattered approach I have, like I was saying earlier, but it's just how it works, and I'd probably do spend about 3 or 4 hours on it, and then take a break and come back to it the next day or later that day with fresh ears, just to tweak it from there. So yeah.
Doesn't seem that scattered to me. Seems. Okay. I mean, everybody jumps around.
Yeah. Cool.
So
that's great.
Yeah. Well, great work. Thank you. And
no, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity as well. It's been fun.
Anytime. And thank all of you for watching and hanging out with us. And we will see you in August for Wage War with Andrew Wade. See you later.